In this video, we talk Web3, NFTs, VeeFriends, Draftkings, Reignmakers, plus more with a special guest in Jeremy Knows. And then we close out the stream with some blockchain gaming shortly after an intermission. So without Squirrel ado, I'd like to introduce our guest for today, Jeremy Charles Hone, aka Wannabe a VeeFriend, aka Jeremy Knows. He's on the pulse of everything VeeFriends and then some. I'm excited to pick his brain. He's just crossed over the 200 episode threshold for his podcast, Jeremy Knows, which can be found on Spotify. All the links you need will be in the bio of this live stream. And yeah, my name's Malo, and I'll be your host for today's episode of BitmonkeyTV's Document Don't Create Thursday. Now, without squirrel ado, bring it on, Jeremy. Are you good? Oh no, what happened to your... there we go. Okay. I hesitated on the monkey chant there. Welcome. Welcome back.
I was saying, I wish everybody could see my smile backstage as you were saying all that, because it's accurate. It's a great introduction. And I also think my life is a cosmic joke, and I'm enjoying it.
Man, I was burping. I had practiced that intro a few times, but I love it. How's your day going so far, man?
Today has been phenomenal. Up late, up early. I'm on day 5 of my water nutrients cleanse. So I've got my superfood greens. I think for the first time I hit that, like, oh man, it would be really nice to have a cup of coffee right now. But great. Like, we had the VeganRobs announcement, which we'll get into later, and just hanging around spaces. More of the same. A lot of DMs.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
So I'm good.
Well, thank you for taking the time to come on the show, man. How long has it been? Episode 5 was the last one, I believe.
It must be close to a year. It's probably about a square year. Yeah.
That's insane. That's insane. Let's play off the audience here real quick. What's up, Scotty?
Oh, hey. Oh, I need to get on YouTube so I can...
Adrian, thanks for tuning in. Tim, what's up, Zen? We got Gary Dream.
Hey, Tim, what's up?
What's good, BT?
Hey,
Buzzed B.
Joker's in the house.
Giancarlo, thanks for tuning in. Dom, Dominic.
Good to see everybody.
Let's go, Chris.
This is going to be way too much fun.
Oh, I love it. All right. So, and we got a few surprises on this one too, that I've just been kind of sliding into the stream. So let's get straight into it. Let's talk Web3.
Okay.
I'd like to take this opportunity to talk Ethereum Merge, right? I know that's at the top of the list.
It's already begun.
It's already begun. That's why I wanted to talk about it. So, what does everybody need to do?
Nothing. That's the best part.
Best fucking answer.
Absolutely
I love
nothing.
It. I love it. That's exactly what I wanted to ask. I wanted to make sure that we're on the same page, and we didn't even plan this. We didn't even plan this.
It's good to have like a baseline understanding. Like, I think I go back and forth on how much technical understanding is like truly required to be a thoughtful participant, a good participant, right? This is subjective. It's almost like that notion of being like a good civil servant or a good citizen. It's like, to be a participant in Web3, it is good if you have some baseline understanding of what it is. But as for like all of the wallet management, asset management that people are doing on a daily basis, there's no need for anything. It's all already on chain, and it's going to be not quite copied, but merged. It will be assumed by the proof of stake chain. It'll move over there all on its own, thanks to the wonderful work over years at the Ethereum org and whoever else is actually the big brain behind all of this. I wish I could tell you their names. Do you know, like, obviously I can name Vitalik Buterin, but I'm sure there's dozens of developers that have like tested this, made it what it is.
Yeah, there's dozens, right, who have helped it reach its point. I mean, one namely, I believe the Cardano founder used to be a part of the
Charles
team,
Hoskins.
right? So so there's a lot of people who come and go who have played a major role, regardless of whether or not they're here involved in the team. I think it's a team effort based off of the entire crypto Web3 community.
What comes to mind for you? Like, if there's just like 101 baseline thing to know about the merge, is it the difference between proof of work and proof of stake, or is it something else?
That's the simple version of it, right?
Right.
If you're getting confused about the multiple chains, realize that Bitcoin has been forked multiple times. A lot of these altcoins as well. Just ignore that other chain. And like, one tip I have for everybody during this time, I might be squirreling a little bit, is be vigilant, because the DMs are going to get tricky. And if you're asking, do I need to do anything? Somebody's going to try to take advantage of that. So understand that you don't need to do anything, and be more vigilant than ever in the DMs, because I have a feeling that we're going to unfortunately see a small wave of scams go down over these next few weeks because of the merge, because of any confusion of
That's
like,
a really
what do I need to do?
Out. And I had like a aha moment about this, because obviously I'm afraid of the same thing, but I realized that, ooh, I'm spotlighted. I realized that anytime I'm doing any kind of transaction, if you're interacting with a bad link, it's on the Ethereum mainnet. So if somebody tries to, and the Ethereum mainnet is where all of the Ethereum happens, for lack of a better word. But if someone is trying to exploit you to either claim new kinds of ETH or move your assets over and do something on the non-Ethereum mainnet, like a fork of the previous proof of work or some other forked network that isn't the proper space-wide acknowledged main Ethereum net, then you would actually have to go into your wallet, add the network, and change over to it, right? So they could maybe like prompt you to do that, be like, oh, you're not on the proof of stake chain and you need to change networks now. Like, that's a huge, huge red flag, because the Ethereum mainnet will be the Ethereum mainnet as it already is.
Yeah, and developers are tricky. Like, you can see it in well-developed projects who do it for the user experience, to make your life easier, so it's not malicious intent. However, there's going to be developers who are going to create a pop-up on a site saying you're not on Ethereum mainnet, when in fact you are. Would you like us to swap your network for you? And it's as simple as pressing that button. And if you're not paying attention and mindful of that, so that's a good call out there.
Connect, I don't know if that one network connect is really going to be a huge point, like attack vector, but it just depends on it. It says it's changing your network, but what's it really doing? Is it actually an approval for all?
That's true. Is it a two-part, right? And so then you hit approve twice blindly.
Right. And do you think people should take like a hiatus? I've heard a lot of people say, like, just don't do anything around the merge. Just don't risk it, because there may be some things that aren't expected that, you know, will take time to show themselves.
Yeah. And if you're getting worried about not seeing funds or any weird little thing like that, like, I'd recommend, you know, for those who want to be extra cautious, create a fresh, brand new cold storage wallet, and put, I don't want to say all your high valuable assets, depending on your bags, so to speak, create multiples and even it out across each wallet. If you're really worried about maybe some connection that you haven't revoked the approval for, right? Some site, just move those high value assets off your wallets. You know, I do that just on an annual basis, just religiously anyway. So I don't really have to do any type of prep like that, but I have been asked and approached like, hey, what should I do with this, and this? And like, split it up evenly if you're really concerned and want to be very cautious and thorough. And then the ETH that you have as well, split it evenly across all those wallets, assuming it's, you know, and I don't want to say this in a negative way, but of a significant amount, right? If it's just 0.25, I don't think you have too much to worry about.
Or but, whatever is significant to you.
True. Yeah. So
it's so interesting. Like, I really feel like we're living through a historical moment. And I love the, like, you can just state a fact and say, like, this is the biggest technological change to the blockchain ever. Period. And like, we're here for it. It's cool.
Wait until there's some stuff happening with Bitcoin to have its own smart contract kind of layer, fork, so to speak. So stay tuned for that. Like, this is, like you're saying, this is revolutionary. This is changing the world. And it's not just from the perspective of Ethereum succeeding. It's other people from the outside looking in, other projects, other blockchains, not taking advantage, but, you know, really improving the ecosystem during this time, right? And
yeah,
I mean, we're going to see a lot with the regulation too. I mean, that's going to play a huge role, unfortunately, as much as we don't like that. But I think, you know, in a decade, this will all be an afterthought.
Sure.
And happy that we were
come
here.
around to regulation as they see more of the security and education failures. Like, I think humans kind of need a certain degree of regulation. But I hope we don't ever lose a balance where, you know, the decentralized virtues are just overtaken by regulation, right? Like that's sort of dependent on the people, the participants, like us, like being willing to not yield that self sovereignty, right?
Yeah.
I've got a nerdy question for you. I
Yeah,
don't know how
sure.
nerdy you want to go on the merge, but one thing a word that popped out to me as I was learning about the merge is the state of the blockchain. And it had been a while since I like looked at what consensus means on the blockchain. And so I'm sure you can explain it better than me, like, or maybe I'll tell you my slightly less educated version, which is like, there will be a target block that will be the final Ethereum mainnet proof of work block. And from that block, the state of the blockchain, which refers to the global consensus across it, right? The proof of work consensus, that will all then be copied in a sense into the next block, which will be the first that is the merge with the beacon chain that starts to verify by consensus through proof of stake instead of proof of work. And so everything on chain, assets, currencies, smart contracts, any code at all on chain will transfer over, as simple as that. And maybe there's like a gradual way.
Think of it as you're looking at a mirror, essentially.
I like that analogy. That makes sense. Yeah.
It's mirrored, right? But one thing I think that's very accurate. That's on point. That was well said. You articulated that very well. You can tell you've been talking. Yeah. You've been putting in the work. One thing that I think is commonly misunderstood right now is, when's the gas fees going to be cheaper? When's things going to be more efficient? Is it going to be instant? It's not going to be instant. It's going to happen when sharding takes place. It's going to happen here in the next year, I would imagine, right? I don't want to put a timetable on it because we really don't know based off of how delayed this merge was. But within the next year, I think, NFA, DYOR, of course, things will become far more efficient from the gas expense perspective. Now, it's going to be instant when it comes to energy efficiency, right? With that transition, but the gas fees may not go down like you anticipate immediately. So keep that in mind. Yeah, so I wanted to bring this up here. As you could tell, I pulled it up on my screen during that explain.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh, that's so fun. Dream Joker just commented about it.
I know. I love it. Well, that's why I pulled it up.
Yeah.
Like, let's go. So I've been sleeping under a rock, I will admit. What's your knowledge of the Cardano hard fork here? The Vasil? Am I pronouncing this correct?
Or it's Vasil? Quite limited. When they made the Goguen shift, I think it was called Goguen. I don't know if they've gone through another 1 or 2 phases since, but that was when I first looked at Cardano and got enough knowledge to start buying it. But to be like totally transparent, like I don't get crazy on coins. Like, it was just easy enough, you know, the social proof, or like the contemporary class of Charles Hoskinson and Vitalik. You know, I wasn't worried about the drama, why they split up. The fact that like Charles was there in those early days. I watched some videos of him talking. I was like, okay, this is a real blockchain. Like, this is actually, and actually the point of sale for me on Cardano was hearing him talk about how it's designed so as to not be a competitor. that it is meant to integrate into like the larger ecosystem of chains, and that the future is multi-chain. And so I was like, great. And it was 30 cents at the time. So it was like, it was much less intimidating than buying, you know, $1,200 ETH or $40,000 Bitcoin.
Right.
So my knowledge of like the actual technicals of it is very limited.
Likewise. I mean, so, and I'm glad you brought that up. I always focus on what's tried and true, kind of like it's the bread and butter mindset too, in a way. Bitcoin and Ethereum are the two dominant.
Yes.
Period. Like, I don't
they
care
may be the
what,
only
like,
ones who are truly established.
And Bitcoin has survived the test of time, and it continues to survive. So, you know, I hear a lot of naysayers and opinions and this and that. I mean, it's like Gary Vee says. Most of us watching probably know who Gary Vee is. It's not or, it's and. We can all succeed. Everybody can succeed. And I mean, cryptocurrencies date further before Bitcoin, but Bitcoin was the true, I mean, Bitcoin was dropped at a time when we needed it most. But, you know, versions of Bitcoin were created in the early 80s or 90s, right? Which I believe Satoshi referenced in his white paper and really improved upon. So this, you know, it's not new. This has been a long time coming. But like when I look at all these altcoins, I'm just like you. Like, I did a little bit of research and I bought a whole bunch of them. But I'm not in the community. I'm not in the news every day. It's just one of those wait 10 years, see what happens, but really focus my attention on Bitcoin and Ethereum, leaving everything else secondary, right? So you can say I'm a maxi in that front, but you know, that's just my opinion. And it does provide more peace of mind, you know, less stress of different chains, having different market conditions, you know.
I think everybody has different risk tolerance, different levels of like need for certainty and uncertainty. I think I had a question for you, but it kind of slipped my mind. But I agree with how you phrased it. Like, and
it's just an opinion too. Like, you know, my outlook is not gonna work for you or work for any of the viewers, right? It doesn't vibe with everybody, but like, I don't know. I just found peace of mind operating this way because I used to be a heavy everyday chart reader, trader. I mean, it was very toxic for me. So I'm glad that
I remember. You know what Satoshi had that the other Bitcoin developers didn't have, or the pre-Bitcoin developers? Satoshi had the message boards. So like, I know there are a lot of different histories of this, but like in the early 80s, there wasn't a message board where you could connect on the internet with other people who were interested in niche cryptography applications, right? So just like NFTs, just like how the nature of the post-pandemic or pandemic into post-pandemic, post-isolation phase, Clubhouse popping off, like the fact that people were less engaged in physical spaces created the circumstances that allowed for NFTs to flourish, or crypto, and then therefore NFTs.
Community. Like that was just, I wanted to scream it into the mic, but I wanted to give you the spotlight and let you finish.
That's right on.
Community. Like that was the start. That's what that flame, that little spark that ignited what we see. And it continues to, you know, grow like all these NFT projects and brands into things that are larger than life. I mean, Bored Ape.
Bored Apes.
Oh, good old Bored Apes. Good old apes.
Everyone has a different relationship to the Bored Ape Yacht Club, but we all admire it. They're like, they're literally like in that utopia space. I feel like people who have been here for a while, but obviously it's different if you were around for the early Basie days. It's like most of us saw Bored Ape Yacht Club, but not everyone. Not everyone knew. I mean, nobody, to be fair, nobody knew what was happening, but not everybody saw what was coming. Yeah, for sure. And they're paving the way. I mean, they're playing a huge role in mass adoption. You know, if you think about it, huge. Did you see their last Other Side trailer? They just released a trailer. Which is like I need to go get some plots, man. Yeah,
Oh my
I'd love
goodness.
to. Or Wolf Game. Wolf Game just like showed a little beta of their land, and it looks kind of like a tower defense type of, like, you get a cube and you have different resources and you have your farmer and they can like build things. You can like build a barn. And it was very vague. I'm sort of extrapolating, but
Mhm.
I'm excited for Wolf Game too. And it's a much cheaper entry if you're looking to like play in metaverse land. The thing that's held me back from both of them is a lack of knowing the time commitment on me to make the most of my investment, because I don't sit around and play games. Like, I mean, I sit around and play games on Twitter, but like, I don't have a lot of time to just like play a game all day. So I'm a little nervous to invest. I'll probably
Right.
just wait and see.
I can understand that. One I'd like to notably spotlight that full transparency, I own a ton of them, but I'm so bullish on the team and the project and their future. They've been quietly building the Cozyverse. They have plots of land that are coming soon, and it's affordable because you get airdropped one for every cozy penguin, and they haven't done that snapshot yet. So NFA DYR, I'm not trying to shill the project. I'm just trying to share one that I'm very excited for, that is flying under the radar, that I think could be a huge hit down the road.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna watch a bit later because that's the game you're streaming. So I definitely want to check it out.
And I'll be posting a review and react video from this video that they posted for a hackathon just a few weeks ago, and it really teases a lot of the upcoming launches in the ecosystem. So I'm just very excited. I can't wait to connect all my plots and create a metaverse for BitmonkeyTV POAP holders to come in, play games for prize pools. I'm going to find a fun way to tie that in.
That's cool.
Yeah.
2 questions. I just innovated my own life. How's my eye line now? Look,
It's good.
I moved our StreamYard all the way to the corner. But you know what you made me think of, and I know we have like a bunch of topics and we'll see how many we get through, but the fact that you and I can both like mention, a dozen projects that are actually working really hard to build innovative tools and resources and games and stuff right now just reminds me that I take it for granted how difficult it is to keep up with so many projects. That's really what I'm trying to say. Like,
yeah.
Like, I think you accumulate more knowledge about projects the longer you spend time. But like, if you were coming into the space now, you can't research every project all at once. You have to do it one at a time and like find that thread that's gonna keep you curious, I guess.
And find those outlets of information that you trust. Because I don't know about you, but this past year, I've learned who to actually take seriously on Twitter and who to not, by sometimes blindly following, sometimes following with a little bit of research, sometimes following without, but I had to make those mistakes to learn. Do you feel the same way? Or
yeah. I'm moving away from the title of investor as I navigate the space. We had conversations back in like February, March about like stopping even being a collector and just switching into being a creator. So in some way it's like totally semantics. It's like, but it's about how you view yourself, right? Like your mind dictates like how you respond and behave. And the reason I like kind of changing my relationship to investors, because I felt like that's what I was doing, but there's so much I just didn't know about investing when I started doing it. So like, one thing I like to tell people is like, for every investment and micro and macro, like ask yourself, what kind of investor are you? What I mean is, in what time frame? So are you trading on years? Are you trading on quarters? Are you trading on weeks? Are you trading on minutes? Like, famously, Franklin is bored he's been buying random Solana NFTs and flipping them for a fraction of the Solana, like $1, 50 cents, $4 here and there. And he likes to trade on that like 2 to 15 minute time frame. But for most people, they don't have the skills to do that, or they don't have the depth of risk. Like, the more you have to risk, the more you can kind of make some mistakes. But like even simple tenets like small wins and big losses is a thing that a lot of traders like swear by. It's like, don't bet half your bag or your entire bag on one trade just because it looks right, because you have to prepare for all possibilities, right? And I picked
Well
up
said.
some of those things, but it took me a while to do so. And while my first NFT purchase was very much an investment in VeeFriends, I have spent most of the ETH I've acquired since then and spent most of my profits on more art and independent projects. Like I've also done plenty of degen plays and bought stupid things and randomly walked into profits I wasn't expecting. But where I like make the most thoughtful buys is like buying into people and buying into art. And so for me, that's like the longest term. I know I'm not going to be able to sell that, but I think it's really important to have a preconception of what your investment timeline is if you're going to navigate as an investor. Because the hardest thing, the second hardest thing is making a strategy. The second hardest thing is keeping to it. I think that's probably been my biggest lesson.
I pulled two words out of that. First, you got to fail, develop your process, and then become consistent, right? Like, and that goes for a lot of things in life, but oddly enough, in investing too, like investing, however you want to word it, right? Like day trading, a lot of people, like Gary says, I mean, he's day trading attention. A lot of people follow that in the NFT space too. They look at the eyes, they look at the attention, they look at the volume, certain variables, but you have to kind of go through the motion to learn your own process rather than watching a YouTube channel like this or a show or a clip and then taking notes, bullet point, following it religiously, and then blaming that person or wondering why it's not working when you're just kind of not testing and tasting. That was another thing that I love that you mentioned, that you're kind of testing and tasting in the space. You know, you're going from different parts, but like it's all in the space, which I think is perfect for this conversation.
I like the call out to attention too, because it's virality has a very interesting role in the space. You know, we usually refer to it as hype, but it's like a product of our communication tools and the platforms we use to like communicate about all these things. I think the reason why the NFT space feels like it goes at 10 and 100 times the pace of regular life is partly because we see life cycles faster, projects show up and disappear in a matter of a week, but even more so because there's more communication faster and the right thing can go viral. And so then really enters the psychological battle of an investor or a trader, right? Because, you know, social consensus is not financial advice, and it's not an indication of what's going to happen. So many times when the market seems to agree on what's going to happen, it happens. And so many other times the market agrees and something totally different happens, or like Russia invades Ukraine and everything completely changes. So yeah, being aware of that and knowing, like feeling your own chemical, like adrenaline when you're like kind of feeling that FOMO is really critical. Because the other thing, when everybody seems to agree, like let's say everybody agreed that the merge is bullish and ETH is about to go up, what tends to happen is that agreement gets front run by all of the professionals. If there's demand to drive ETH to 2,500, then I guarantee you there's sell orders at 24, 23, 22, 21. And, you know, whether or not we get there is sort of due to a lot of other factors. But yeah.
I love that you brought that up. And one thing to keep in mind is, like, on a year-to-year basis, nobody knows what's truly going to happen. The thing I would just kind of ask everybody to ask themselves, right? If you're curious about investing in the space, or first of all, do you believe in this technology? Do you believe it's here to stay? And then operate from there, right? Because if you don't believe, I wouldn't risk too much unless you have a high risk tolerance. Then by all means, just do your own research and understand that nothing you see or read here on this show is not financial advice. Had to put in that little snippet because we are talking.
We're not financial advisors.
Yeah,
we can't financially advise you. This is for education and informational purposes only. My name's Jeremy Knows.
I cut away from you. I can fix that.
I say it every day.
That was perfect.
You know, there was one point where I had a little bit of refinement of like, you know, my name's Jeremy, and I want to remind you that everything you're hearing is for strictly educational, informational purposes only. Never construe anything I'm saying as financial advice. The information I'm sharing is non-proprietary, is available to anybody on public forums like Discord, Twitter, or the blockchain. And those are the tools that I use to bring you this information and save you time throughout your day to keep up with the projects that you love so much. Thanks for watching Jeremy Knows.
What he said. I second that. I love it. Well said. I love it. On the topic of Web3, I do have a few notes here before we do transition into VeeFriends Alpha. I think
let's hit
next up. So for somebody from the outside looking in, right? How would you define Web3?
Oh.
Like maybe you're talking to a teenager. Well, actually, a teenager might know Web3 better than most people. Like, let's face it. Like somebody who has no understanding of it. I would love to hear how would you would explain it.
I think the key to comprehending Web3, or what we refer to as Web3, is that critical notion of decentralization, which underpins the technology, the blockchain. I've heard some great examples of like Web 1 was like receiving data, and then Web 2 was being able to post your own data, and now Web 3 is being able to own your data. And those two pieces of ownership and decentralization are the underpinnings, but I would describe Web 3 as more of like the community experiment to actually convert our existing data structures into a decentralized structure. Because right now, although we have house deeds and we have social security numbers and all of these other things, our ownership of physical and digital items is pegged to the validity and power of our nation, typically. And so the blockchain is the first moment in human history in which there can be a global, neutral, unbiased consensus on who owns what. And that is like a radical idea.
I love that. I love that. And you brought up a thought that I need to share before I forget. So
go.
I've always used this to try to explain Bitcoin to people early on, like the past decade, pretty much. Land, right? We're not making any more land anymore. We have X amount of land on this planet Earth, right?
Yes.
Right? Like, I mean, that's not a secret. Bitcoin is the same thing. It is ownership of this public ledger, of this blockchain. And that alone clicks for some people, and sometimes, you know, it doesn't. But if you think of it like that, Ethereum's a little different. You can't explain it in the same way because technically now, especially with the merge, it's actually going to go reduce supply rather than stay fixed in supply, right? So, but that's
I like
just
that you describe Bitcoin without using the word money.
Yeah, because it's not money.
No, it's not.
I used to treat it as money early on. Yes, but I just don't treat it as money. I treat it as property, as ownership, like you were saying. That's why it brought this idea here. Yeah, love that. Let's go. I like going full screen. I thought you were going to continue.
I love that you're doing that. I didn't think to do that on StreamYard, and they make it easy. So it's like, let's go.
I'm clicking it. I'm not using any hotkeys, but as I get another camera angle, I'm kind of teasing with the improvements here. I'll have a little StreamYard Stream Deck for OBS, and we might be moving away from StreamYard. Not sure, but it's just this interview process is so seamless. So, and this is not a paid advertisement, just somebody who's been using the platform.
Which is what we like.
So, you know, piggybacking off that question, what does Web3 mean to you personally?
What it means to me is very, very complicated. And I don't know how to like express that without like telling my whole life story. You know, Web3, like I consider myself actually in Web3 because I'm here every day, engaging with people who are participating, building, researching, coming into it. I'm onboarding people on a daily basis, you know, but I had no premonition that that would be the case when I started buying crypto, which wasn't that long ago, maybe a year and a half. So, so it's weird. It's weird. But at the same time, I could say that like Web3 totally saved me. Like I was without a job. I was very depressed, unsure of where to put my creative energy. My clients' work was slowing down. I took a job at a restaurant and I just like literally didn't know if I wanted to go back to the industry that I had been training to be a professional in for 10 years. So, so I don't know where Web3 will take me, but like I'm forever grateful for it giving me the space to kind of peel off the cobwebs that accumulated during the pandemic, and my extrovert like very much atrophied, and I was losing touch with how to express myself and wasn't feeling connected or empowered on the channels I had to do so. And so by starting this wanna be a VeeFriend campaign, it really allowed me to get out of my own way, start to like reconnect with a lot of those skills and pull them, you know, out of the treasure chest and like rediscover myself. And now Web3 to me means a way to crowdsource and democratize a interest and passion for the type of art that I want to make. Because typically when I come to an art perspective, I'm not so concerned with like my great idea. I much prefer to like collaborate with someone who I want to learn from and team onto their idea and bring my skill set, which is varied, but typically has to do with like physical communication and performance, theatrical spectacle, some practical effect type of stuff, and stage direction. So, you know, the Web3 space is it doesn't have as much of that physical repartee, but the tools still apply. And so it means to me like a whole new lease on art. It means to me that I can stake a flag in the ground and like let my tribe come to me, and then just go around and be a flag bearer and team up with different people doing things that align with my values. And it really fast tracks my ability to find people who align with my values. Whereas in a Web 2 world, there's sometimes a little bit too much jockeying, or people are preoccupied with their selfish desires. They're not as in much of a risky, innovative space, that they're more guarded, and then there's and that guard makes it harder to collaborate. So like I'm like at the end of the day, like heart of hearts, like I'm a collaborator. Like I work really well with people. So to me, Web3 means that I can be a collaborator even if I'm mostly homebound right now. So that's a huge gift too.
I love it, man.
Thank you. That was a lot, but I didn't tell the whole life story.
Yeah, no, like like the word community keeps popping into my head. Because Web3, I mean, we might as well create a meme. Web3 equals community. There would be no Web3 without community.
Yes.
Starting off with the message boards, because, you know, in my definition, I might be squirreling here a little bit, but I've been asked a few times, what's the difference between Web3 and crypto? I'm like, well, it's technically the same thing. It's just Web3 was a definition for crypto, for blockchain technology that came along later on. But it's really one and the same, right? So, but no, man, thank you for sharing. I love that.
Thank you for asking. Like, I honestly haven't thought about that in that way, but I just feel it.
Beautiful, man. Well said. Well, I'd love to transition segments here. But before we do, I want to let everybody know, next up, we're going to be talking some VeeFriends, JeremyKnows NFT, VeeFriends Alpha, hopefully. some updates that we may or may not be aware of, and then everything in Jeremy's life that's going on. And then after that, we'll come out with some NFT bites, bits, and news, some drops that happened this week, some news as far as like NFT trademarks, certain things that are happening in the market. That'll be a short and sweet one. Right after that, we're going to do a Draftkings Reignmakers deep dive, where Jeremy and I are going to kind of browse over the platform. And I've been playing DFS almost as long as I've been in Bitcoin. So better part of a decade. And I'm just going to share all my knowledge.
School me on fantasy football.
And I'm just like, I took a 1.5 year break, you know, with all this traveling and the change of lifestyle and everything, and Optimo passing, you know. But I'm back. I'm back with a vengeance this year because, let's face it, I retired from the IT industry. I haven't had any income all year.
Hey,
I need to generate something.
Team. I think I got enough now. I don't know that I'll have a chance at the top prizes, but I'm gonna stack some points. I think, you know, beyond the top 5, just to dive straight into the VeeFriends Alpha, the top 1,000 is the place to be. That's where you get access to the 4th week, which is like a special separate kind of competition. You know, they haven't even announced the prizes for the next 3 weeks. So is it a 12-week or a 16-week season?
Should be.
I feel like it's.
I thought it was 18.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, didn't the NFL bump up to 18 last season? But like in fantasy football, like season longs, I believe it's 16. Like each season's a little different, right? Sometimes they'll play it out to the last week of the season.
So whatever it is, 16 weeks, the VeeFriends League is the first 4. And the first one starts today with whoever's playing.
Oh, no, it starts Sunday. They didn't count Buffalo and Los Angeles into the slate. So the slate, from what I noticed for that competition we'll be digging into for the GOO, first place, Gratitude Gorilla. I'm going hard for this.
I can't believe that.
I can't believe that either. Like
that's like a 20 to 30 ETH token. And
then some, if
there's
you're
more. And then there's more.
Yeah. Like there's only one confusion I have that I haven't gotten some clarity on. So I can't wait to dig into that topic. And then we have some giveaways planned, a little surprise giveaway, and then a surprise VeeFriends C&C Box Break. I have a green lucky black cat box that I've been saving. We're going to open it on the stream today. So if you're enjoying yourself, if you found any value at all, please do share this. Hit subscribe if you're not already, because we're going to do this once a week. Once a week, document, don't create, long form Thursdays. We'll always start it off with a guest. I'm so happy Jeremy's here as the first official guest on this new format. So, and I think, weren't you the first guest just in general on BitmonkeyTV? Isn't that funny how that works?
I think I was.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's awesome. So I'm going to play back on the comments here because I know I've been kind of, I don't want to say neglecting them, but not pinning them. Subsin, love it.
Jiving.
Hey, Bryson. Yeah, I know. Straight jiving. Hey, Cole. Thanks for tuning in. Love you too, B. Eddie Gangland. Phenomenal artist from what I remember. Greek. Oh. Greek dropping some alpha earlier when we were talking about other side plots. 800 ETH on a sale today.
Yeah, there was a massive sweep. Somebody spent, I think it was $2.4 million on 6
guessing a
plots
coda
of land. It wasn't the coda. They were all central. Because, you know, it's like the Basie land is all the first ring, then the mutant land, and then the public sale. And so they bought 12, you know, they bought the like really centered land. Like, huge sales. And that was separate from the sale he's talking about.
That's insane.
Crazy. I mean,
hey,
it's a bear market, but people have gunpowder still. So, you know, anything can happen.
Things are still moving. Like there's still opportunity too. If you're a flipper, aspiring flipper, you know, depending on what you want to accomplish, like there's still opportunity. Yeah, man. Let's transition. Let's talk VeeFriends. Let's talk VeeFriends. I'd like to take this opportunity really quickly. Okay. From your perspective, what are the most popular VeeFriends characters in the ecosystem in general. And I'm not saying popular from like Gary's perspective. I'm talking about market. Maybe those two correlate directly. I think they do for the most part, but be curious to hear it from you if there's an updated list that I'm not aware of.
So I don't have a formal list, but I will say it's gotten easier to answer this question because as time goes on and people come in and out of the community, we're starting to see more of like characters that were the most popular then and are the most popular now. Like I was reminded of the Curious Crane today. So here's a little alpha just to get started. The Curious Crane was very much a top character during the launch, partly because people were judging the art and the crane is a slightly more refined, but also at that time, as Gary was onboarding people into NFTs, he was like, it's all about tasting it. It's all about and not or. It's all about the reason I got the lead on my competitors is because I said maybe instead of saying no when someone wanted to introduce me to whatever, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. So curiosity became like a really pillar word. Like if you did an analysis, I bet you Gary said the word curiosity more from January to May than he did the second half of the year, 2021. The Curious Crane is not a popular character right now. There are niche groups that love it. I personally love it, but it's not demanding a premium in the market. It's not being talked about much. However, if you remember the Mary Ruth's Accountable Anteater multivitamin, if you bought 10 of those bottles, you got to go to a fireside chat with the two of them. And that happened this afternoon. There was a very funny moment. I was there. I didn't speak, but we were on Zoom, so video. Gary saw I was there. He called me out at one point. He called me the Alex Schechter of VeeFriends, and who my understanding is like Alex Schechter's like on the beat. Like he knows what's going on in football before everybody else. So accurate call, Gary. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's going on my website.
Love it.
So
I'm bummed I missed that. I bought 10. I totally forgot.
Well, I think because you bought 10, you'll be able to get the recording. I don't expect the recording to go public, but you probably have access to the recording.
Oh, okay, cool. Good to know.
Yeah, and so in saying that and kind of welcoming in some folks, he was like, I know Jeremy's here to like catch the alpha, like that's his juice. And he was like, you know what? I'm going to give him something. And he like pauses. He does that thing he does where he like kind of looks up and thinks. And then he changed his mind on the spot. He's like, actually, I don't know. I'm changing my mind. I'm not going to share it because it's a big announcement. And then he said, and I want him to work for it. And I was like, peace. Thanks, Gary. And because of that moment, he said, but I'll give you something else, to which he brought up the Curious Crane. And he actually said that something exciting happened in a meeting, like the possibility of that collaboration was cool. But he prefaced it by saying, please, like, let's not, he didn't even say not financial advice. He just said like, this isn't for sure going to happen. It was just discussed in a meeting and it got me excited. So just know that like the Curious Crane is brewing. And I know I haven't answered your question yet, but like, it's an interesting insight because Gary, in that same sentence, he said, let's not make it like the old days where people go out and start buying up this character just because I mentioned it. Right. So even over the course of 16 months, Gary is distinguishing the old days versus the new days. It means he's changing behavior, means he's noticed change in the community, change in the market. So let's answer your question. The very, 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 very lucky black cat is by far the most popular character. I think it's pretty indisputable. I would say the patient pig is more popular than patient panda right now, but they're both in that popularity. Rare Robot got a big pump at the launch of Series 2, and I think people still really admire it. Gratitude Gorilla is also a very big character. Some characters that I wasn't expecting to be as popular, but have kind of emerged are like the Chill Chinchilla. I think the V2 art upgrade is really solid. I keep calling Chill Chinchilla the Snorlax of VeeFriends. it just is like a nice one. Lit Lamb, also quite popular. But in that top popularity, you've also got Gary B, Forever Phoenix. I love Ambitious Angel, but I think in the general market, it's probably a lot lower than characters like the Adaptable Alien or the Adventurous Astronaut. Now, the Perfect Persian Cat is very popular, but we haven't seen that so much in the NFTs. It's just because it's in the spotlight with Compete and Collect. So it'll be interesting to see how exactly that rolls out. But you know what's really popular in the community? Like, popular is not quite market demand, right? But VeeFriends dogs are very popular. Like Dialed In Dog, Irish Terrier, Dapper Dachshund, Badass Bulldog. I've noticed a lot more people talking about dogs. And then you have the standouts from the new characters. You got Notorious Ninja, Red Devil, Fearless Fairy, I'd say are probably the biggest of the new characters, but also Viking is competitive up there. Clown is competitive up there. I could go on. I could name 283 characters for you, but that's kind of a snapshot, more or less.
I love that you brought up Clown. I had to show the shirt, so we're giving this one away. It's a little surprise.
We should tease it for this, get people to stick around for the giveaway. So did you buy this from the Franklin collab?
Yep. Franklin
Nice.
Sports.
I didn't get any of the merch, but I did order the paddle.
Nice. I ordered that too. I think it's delayed, right? You got the email?
I haven't gotten it yet, but I think I ordered 2 with the intention of having one to play with and having one to take to a game and have the team sign it.
Nice. I love that.
I think, I don't know if it's cooler to have the original team sign it and then be done, or to just have it over the years and have like as many people as roll through the team sign it as I can. You know, get Gary to sign it, get the Major League Baseball founder to sign it. I think
that'd be rad.
Yeah.
That'd be really cool. Yeah, that's a great idea. I don't know if I'll ever play, but I got one to hold and sign and collect.
It's so fun. We got to play.
Yeah.
It's so fun to play.
I would imagine I'd have a lot of fun playing pickleball.
Yeah.
I'd only ever like rally in the past, but like I never actually played a full on game and you know, a couple hour sessions like that, but we'll have to next time we're in the same state.
So more VeeFriends Alpha, or you got another question?
Let's go more VeeFriends Alpha. I was also showing the Black Cat. We'll be opening this soon enough. Yes. So, I do have one quick question more about characters. I think I already know the answer, but for anybody who maybe doesn't know the answer or maybe wants to know an updated answer here in September, what are your top 5 characters that you like for you? Not because the market, not because Gary says, who says this, says you. 5 that you like. I cannot say that enough.
It's so hard to narrow down to 5. And I'd say the top 3 are pretty set and may not ever move. Okay. And that's Heart Trooper,
love it,
Thoughtful 3-Horn Hardpick, and Ambitious Angel. Like, I don't think you can really knock out those 3. Okay. 4 and 5 get really modular because I love every single Just Art character, especially the new ones. Like, I want to put Pea Salad in that spot because I just think it's a quirky character. But my favorite jockeys between Be the Bigger Person, which is in the lead today, and Your Poor Relationship with Time is Your Biggest Vulnerability. I will put one of those at number 4, and then I got to give number 5 to the Gratitude Gorilla. Honestly, okay. Gratitude Gorilla is number 0. Like, Gratitude Gorilla is so far at the top of my VeeFriends love that it supersedes the list.
I love that, right? There's a few of those that, like, for me too, that just supersede the list. They're all times regardless of what the market thinks.
Yeah.
But like Gratitude Gorilla for one is one that the market also just so happens to love.
Yeah, I know. And I wish they would cool down so I could get one. But
Hey, we have a chance here. We have a
yeah.
chance, and today we're going to review, some strategy on how to win that goo or go or however you want to say the term.
I'm not keeping my hopes up for number one. I mean, maybe I'll have some crazy beginner's luck. It would honestly be so poetic if just by sheer luck, because my Reignmakers story is I got my free pack. I bought a pack because I had loaded up like $50 into Draftkings like months ago. And I was like, this money's here, I'll spend it. And then last night I was like, I have to get this in because the deadline was today. And I opened up a Spaces, and like 3 or 4 people all helped me make my team. And I was in a Spaces earlier talking about it. So I bought 3 of my 5 characters in my lineup for like, I don't know, $40. And it's just, it would be shocking to win with that. But because the community helped me make my roster, and maybe not everybody knows, I have to assume people don't know that like last October at the Christie's art auction, Gary auctioned 5 of the artworks that underlie VeeFriends. And the first one that resembles the NFTs was the Gratitude Gorilla. And through a remarkable series of events and the virality of Twitter and a lot of hard work and the support and passion of the VeeFriends community, I was in a position on October 1st to represent the community and bid at Christie's on their behalf and personally place the bid for $200,000, which ultimately won that artwork, which is an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper that Gary spent 3 minutes with and a black marker, authenticated with at PSA, and now is mutually owned by the community and sits in an art safe house, temperature controlled and insured. So having gone through that experience, the Gratitude Gorilla was the perfect of all of the ones. Like there was Diamond Hands Hen, You're Gonna Die Fly, Tremendous Tiger, the Empathetic Elephant, which is like a draft of the Empathy Elephant, and the Gratitude Gorilla. And the Gratitude was the right one for a community to win. And it was like, I tend to think of that auction as the moment where my destiny was determined. Like that was just like maybe a week or 2, 3 weeks later after I'd been denied from the Sorcerer Scholarship. And so I could have just walked away at that point and gone to VCon and been a member of the community and not doubled down on the content I was making. But by like making this pact with the community, it totally set forth like the path for me to not even consider leaving, and just like want to see this through as far as I can. So the Gratitude Gorilla will always supersede my top VeeFriends list.
I love that, man. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for staying. I know I'm not alone when I say that.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
I just went to salute back away from my screen. Still working on this, scene alterations here.
Yeah. Nadine was there. I mean, there's people in the chat right now who I know were there watching and are actually a part of that wild venture that we're all on.
Yeah. And I didn't get to see it in person, but I got to see it through, social media, like Instagram, Twitter, like most of us did. And man, it was just an awesome moment. It was really special.
You have to scroll a ways down, but if you go to October 1st on my Instagram, there's like a 30-minute live stream of me bawling my eyes out after we won, overwhelmed with all the community support and just like the hustle, the literal straight weeks of 3 hustle to make that happen.
You're still want to be a VeeFriend on Instagram, right?
I am still want to be a VeeFriend. I am want to be a VeeFriend on Instagram and TikTok. Everywhere else is JeremyKnows now. And I've considered whether I should change the Instagram name. It doesn't seem like it needs to go high priority. I just wonder what the upside or the downside is, so I haven't done it. It'd be people on Instagram know me as want to be a VeeFriend. So if I change my name and they try to tag me in something and they search want to be a VeeFriend and it doesn't exist, that's not good.
Yeah, that's true, right? Because if you still had Wana at the beginning, you might have been able to make,
Right.
because you'll still. I just did the swap from studio to TV. I don't think many people noticed. I haven't been too active on Instagram recently, but that
But
will
you have
change
the
soon.
BitMonkey to ground it, so nobody gets confused. Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah, BitMonkey is my grounding. So
yeah. I'd love for everything to be uniform. I mean, anybody who follows me knows that my content is not orderly or clean. It is reactive and bombastic and fierce and messy, and I don't really hold anything back. Like, there's live streams on my Instagram page of me at like 2 o'clock in the morning being like, hey, I got this random idea, maybe this will help you. I was like looking into this, and then I'm talking to people on Instagram for an hour, completely unedited. My podcast maybe once has been actually edited, and I'd love to like make that transition and do more post-production, but there's something about the one take wonder of things that allows me not to overthink and get in my way, because like I am an overthinker. So if I go too much into planning, I end up not doing. So anyway, that's a tangent. That's my Instagram.
Yes, sir. I wanted to show it, and I was just scrolling, and you can just see the progression and the amount of content. It's insane.
Yeah.
It goes on and on.
And
I mean,
we
it's
tried
just
a lot of cool things.
Dude, that's how you got to do it.
There's you, man. Did you see that?
Right.
Scroll up a little more. The alignment, we were playing with the tile. I think it's a little more up. The alignment. Yeah, the next one. There you are.
Oh, that's right. My little nephew is in there.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah. That's so awesome.
And look, Kathy left a comment. Kathy's around.
Yes, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to have this history. Like, I wish there was an easy way for me to maybe work with a ghostwriter or somebody who has an experience making a Wikipedia page or like a database sort of thing, because I am basically the VeeFriends historian at this point. Like, if you're gonna verify the history of what happened, you're gonna ask me first before you check the first source, right? Which would be like a Discord message or a Gary Vee tweet, because either I know or have some conception of what it was, or I posted content about it at that time, and you can go reference it. So I would love to make all of that available. I tried it. I have the VeeFriends wiki tag on a couple of places, and I started making it, but it's such a grand endeavor. And if you get behind even a day, you lose a lot of ground, and it's adding and changing all the time. So one of these days, but there are other things, like keeping people up to date right now is more important than telling the histories.
Yeah. One thought I have for you, you did a ton of reels. I didn't do nearly as many. You can literally convert every single one of these into a YouTube short and add some captions on it. Bam. Ooh. Just repurpose all your content. Maybe do throwback Thursdays to drive attention to your YouTube channel, right? Because there's that opportunity with YouTube shorts right now. So
that's such a great idea.
Just gotta say, just looking through it, you got tons of reels in here. It's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, good call. Good call.
So the more I'm digging into Premiere Pro, because I've recently started learning how to do video editing. And if anybody's not aware, maybe you're looking for a job in Web3, I have to shill my recent video that we posted on this channel. So just go BitmonkeyTV. Thank you. It's a rough version. Like, I wanted to do more edits on it, but I got to the point where I didn't want to be a perfectionist.
We always wanted to do more.
Right? Like, I even had 2 other edits, but I was like, no, just do the first one. Like, what was wrong with it, and just improve on the next one and the next one and the next one, So, but I'm doing that for shorts now. So we're going to be going heavy on YouTube shorts here starting in the next few weeks. Just working on a template right now. And Premiere Pro, I got to say, is fun once you learn how to use it. As soon as it stops being stressful and frustrating, it's a lot of fun. But without Squirrel ado, I'd love for you to really take the floor on maybe sharing anything VeeFriends related that you think people need to know. And then let's talk Jeremy Knows NFT, or we can just skip VeeFriends altogether and talk Jeremy Knows NFT.
Let's talk VeeFriends a little bit, because I've noticed sort of how we were talking about like the old days, what used to be popular, what's popular now. There's sort of two buckets of VeeFriends. It's like, here's the catch up, here's what you've missed recently, and here's VeeFriends. Like, here's what you kind of need to know to just grasp what this world is. So let's do that a little bit. So VeeFriends is a universe of characters created by Gary Vaynerchuk. And so you have to have a level of understanding about Gary V, his experience in business, what kind of businesses he's built, which are namely like media companies. He's built a direct-to-consumer wine brand. He built Wine Library in New Jersey. He now has Vayner Speakers, Vayner NFT or Vayner 3, Vayner Productions, Vayner Talent, and so many other iterations. But Vayner Media, Web2 marketing is like the mainstay. That was his job before VeeFriends. And so he had shared very publicly that his plan to eventually buy the New York Jets, which is his life's goal, because he is the world's biggest Jets fan. He was going to buy outdated intellectual properties like Hasbro or Frosted Flakes and put them through his marketing machine that he developed and elevate the revenue and profit of those brands, sell those companies to people who would want to take over that revenue, and use that money to buy the New York Jets. I think he's still very much going to do that, but what he's done with VeeFriends and with a foundation of Ethereum NFTs is create 268 individual brands, individual voices that can be paired and deployed against those brands he may accumulate, and even just be their own standalone businesses. And the way he's going to do that is by day trading attention and nostalgia for things like the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, for kind of storytelling around the emotional intelligence skills that VeeFriends represent. So when you look at VeeFriends, you're looking at not just a character, but a voice that can be deployed against different types of affinities throughout any number of demographics and psychographics that might be interested. And yes, on top of that, there may be a sell, there may be a product or a service, but just like anything in the market, like ultimately you want to find the people who need your product, who need your service, the whole product market fit thing. You know, you don't have to like scalp customers when you actually tap into your target market and provide them something that they need, which is the philosophy behind Gary's marketing, which is 51-49. Give more than you take. And there are many other things. But when you're looking at VeeFriends 1 at a certain price point, 5-6 ETH today, when you're looking at Series 2 at 0.3, 0.4 ETH today, you know, the value matters for you making your investment decision, and that's a completely different thing. But when you're trying to understand what do the poses mean, what are the scenes, and what are the characters, the thing to remember is that Gary created these with the intention of being global voices. So if you want to make a hedge about like the viability of a certain character, you can see how those animals or those attributes are already integrated in culture and where they might be relevant. Like I'll give you a very random one. The Bubbly Buzzard. Bubbly Buzzard is not a top character. Nobody really talks about it a lot, but Gary mentioned once it could be paired well with a champagne brand. That doesn't mean it will be. It's just showing an example of how these things iterate. And so when you fast forward through the last 16 months, I won't give you the whole play-by-play. We've come to a point where the value proposition of VeeFriends is two-part. It's VCon, which is an annual conference, and then surprise utility activations. One of the things that Gary is very bullish on is the ability for the operator or the business owner to add utility to a token through the ledger that is the blockchain at any given moment based on the opportunities at hand. So like the accountable anteater thing I mentioned, accountable anteaters got free multivitamins. there was a collaboration with Empathy Wines, and certain character cards got free bottles of wine. And just next week, there's going to be an event in New York City. So this is current news. September 15th at Round 2, which is a sneaker shop, there's going to be an event in which VeeFriends debuts a prototype shoe in collaboration with Reebok called the VeeBok. And the character associated is the aspiring alpaca. It's featured on the shoe. Just today, they posted a video with a lot more details of the make of it. And on September 15th, Gary will make an appearance. He'll be there for about an hour, and they will auction off, they will raffle off 5 pairs of these prototype shoes, and the raffle tickets cost $5 each. But if you own an aspiring alpaca, you get a free raffle ticket. You might get a free pair of shoes if you're really lucky. Or if you own the sneaker shop, then you can attend as a VIP. Sneaker shop is a scene in the background within Series 2. You can attend the event as a VIP. Unfortunately, the deadline to claim that has just passed, both the VIP access and the raffle ticket. But if you're watching this, it doesn't hurt to go into the Discord, open up a support ticket, and say, hey, I just heard the deadline passed. Is there any way I can be added to the list? Or is there any way I can still claim my free raffle tickets? So coming back to catching up, VeeFriends is rolling out these, what I think are more like breadcrumbs. They're like appetizers. I don't think we've seen a VeeFriends entree since the Series 2 mint and the Compete and Collect cards roll out. But I'm expecting an entree in the fall. Now, we don't know yet when the Snoop Dogg collaboration is going to happen, but it's confirmed and should be announced by the end of October. But I expect I don't think that's the entree. I think, and I could imagine a winter apparel line in the works, characters like the Skilled Skeleton, the Last Class Standing, the Jolly Jacko, the Helpful Hippo, the Curious Crane. They've all been shouted out recently that things are brewing, but it hasn't been confirmed. And I just can't help but think that this idea of character development that is so vague right now, mainly because there's so many characters in the slate and in the universe, I have a feeling that idea is going to get clarified a little bit. Bold prediction, what I would love to see is a decisive path forward on a completed story, beginning, middle, end of a medium to long-term format. So that could look like a 15-minute animated short. That could look like a children's book. I do think that when VeeFriends does a children's book, it'll be featuring the accountable ant, and it'll target 7-year-olds. Gary said that early on, and I'd be surprised if he's moved on from that. They had a children's book deal at one point around March, April. And Gary said on a podcast the deal was ready to sign, but we confirmed shortly after that they had walked away from the deal. But it doesn't mean they walked away from the idea of a children's book. So the thing to understand, if you're new to VeeFriends or if you're unsure about what's coming, that every media format is going to be tried. Right now we're seeing a lot of short form animations, but they're going to want to do TVs, movies, books, and video games. What would be very cool to see this year, but I doubt it, would be more information about a video game. They gave us a mini game in the pre-reveal of Series 2, the Journey with Gary B. It's a very simple Flash game. But I hope that they're developing more of a Mario Party of VeeFriends. So instead of Mario Kart, where it's one game and you play that game and it has this dynamics, it's more of a potpourri of things. Like there's a VeeFriends Street Fighter, there's a VeeFriends Pong, there's VeeFriends versions of a lot of recognizable games that people already know how to play, but with the messages, values, and characters from VeeFriends. The other major thing going on in VeeFriends right now is the Reignmakers League, which we're going to talk about later. The Fantasy Football League. They're giving away several VeeFriends Gary originally owned NFTs to the top players. And what I think the other thing that people are looking forward to, but is for gift goats only, is gift number 8. gift number 7 dropped about a month ago or so, and it was not well received. Like to say not well received is a massive understatement. It was not customized. It dropped in what seemed like a hurried fashion, and the communication was not what is becoming of a global brand like VeeFriends. And the team acknowledged that, and Gary has since said that he is now like on the main team of GiftGo. It's not delegated anymore. And so I'm hopeful that GiftGo 8 makes a splash, but the claim window hasn't opened yet. We don't know when it will land. I think before the end of the year, but time will tell. I'm sure there's other stuff going on in VeeFriends, but there's nothing that folks have to take action on right now. Outside of signing up for the fantasy league, everything else is just rumors and these little activations like the VBOC charity, which, like I said, that deadline has passed. So when another claim like that comes up, I'll tweet about it, I'll send it out on text, I'll post content about it. But all active claims are currently closed.
That's why you got to make sure you're following Jeremy.
that was
all
that
the
was
links
a
are in
long
the bio.
description of VeeFriends.
I love it, man. That was very thorough too. I was about to cut away from you for a few moments, but then you kept rolling, so I loved it. I feel like it was very comprehensive from, you know, anybody who didn't even know what it was. They could have been Googling it as you were talking. And
yeah,
you know.
I should really clip that.
Yeah, and I wanted to pin this while you were talking, but I wanted to keep the clipped, you know, the canvas clippable.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more, Carl. We're on the same page. I'll make sure to send you all the copies I clipped, Jeremy, as soon as I do it.
That'd be awesome.
Which will be within the next 24 to 48 hours.
It would have been pretty meta if you had pinned it. And like,
yeah,
talking, it's like you should. Yeah.
Right. It's one thing I've found with the clipping on full screen. Sometimes if you pin a comment, it then messes up the opportunity to then crop it in certain ways for different resolutions. So like when I'm thinking of like when you're explaining in your full screen, I try not to pin, and if it is, it's a quick one, right? To not interfere with any clippable content. Right.
Nice.
But that's like something we learn after recording a couple hundred episodes and not
absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, love it.
You know, and we should ask the chat.
Couldn't agree more.
I'm sure
Thanks for tuning in.
I'm sure there's more in VeeFriends that, you know, might be more on your radar. Obviously I'm pulling from like a large database of information. So like if they're like, feel free to drop something in the comments, like questions or whatever, and we can respond to it.
I love it. Yeah. Anything you want to touch on with, you know, you gave a good overview of all of the ecosystem, I think, except for book games.
Ooh,
right. And I think,
book games.
Right. Yeah. Book games. Let's touch on book games really quickly. What are your thoughts? Not only a quick explainer, if you don't mind, but followed by your thoughts on their future. I know book games are played forever personally, but I'd love to hear it from you. Yeah.
All right. Well, it's a great question. What is book games? Where did they come from and where are they going? Book games is an intermediary collection between the original Series 1, May 2021, and the Series 2, April 2022. And we know from things that Gary and the team have said that book games isn't exactly what it maybe was anticipated to be. The reason I say that is because, and the reason it's called book games is because only the people who pre-ordered Gary V's latest book in July of last year, maybe August of last year, were able to mint this book games NFT. But it is very much like a 201 experience. It'd be hard for book games to be your first introduction to the space because it operates on a layer 2 of Ethereum called Immutable X. And the benefit of that is there are no gas fees. So if you paid with your credit card $300, you bought 12 books, you got one NFT for every 12 books you bought. So maniacs like me bought like 7 dozen books, right? But even if you got just one, you could pay with your credit card. You have to claim it on the website. Now you have to make a non-custodial wallet and create your Immutable X account, but it's there, and to move it around doesn't cost you anything extra, which is great. But the hurdle's enough to like set up a wallet and be able to know how to switch networks, and managing those things can be a little bit confusing. Luckily, VeeFriends has a blog with all of this information. If you go to blog.veefriends.com and search book games or immutable, you will find a ton of step-by-steps with video tutorials on exactly how to set up a wallet. And I share that with you because book games is by a lot the lowest entry into the VeeFriends ecosystem. While it's not a VeeFriend, it is certainly in the ecosystem. I think like the soundbite of like what is book games, I consider it the non-fungible currency of VeeFriends. Because we have a lot of fungible currencies, right? Ethereum, Cardano, Bitcoin, Solana, these are all interchangeable for one of themselves. But all of the book game tokens are unique token IDs. There's some, let's see, 12 times 5. There's 60 different artworks, and there are 3 special characters. The 3 special characters are very interesting and still a big mystery. They're the Koala 2025, the Paper Hands Pony, and the Time Machine Tiny Ogre. So before we get into that rabbit hole, book games is built around the values of the book, which is called 12.5 emotional ingredients for business success. So I was wrong. There's actually 13 attributes. The half is kind candor. The other 12 are optimism, gratitude, tenacity, patience, and so on. A lot of these significant emotional skills that are already exist in VeeFriends. And the artwork is a expression of Gary's interpretation of that emotional skill. So what I mean is the gratitude discussed in the book games collection is gratitude is the attitude. Conviction, which is in the book, is what is conviction? Well, I forgot. Like patience. Patience is a really funny one. The title of the patience artwork is Patience Helps You Get Fed and Slaughtered. I think I quoted that right. So there are these like very artistic interpretations, and Gary's much referred to them as an extension of the just art section of VeeFriends, which is 13 characters that are of a similar thematic artistic expression. They're not adjective animal characters. They are more like ideas, like your poor relationship with time is your biggest vulnerability, or be the bigger person. And coming to book games, the reason I call it a non-fungible currency is because they're all individual tokens, and they can be exchanged or burned, destroyed on chain for physical and digital redeemables. So we've seen them redeemed for other NFTs, for sports trading cards from Gary Vee's collection, for VCon tickets, and for Series 2 new characters. And so there was a massive burn event that happened with the Series 2 mint in April of the new 15 characters that were revealed in that collection. And what started as an 125,000 collection is now just over 100,000 tokens. So nearly 20% of the supply has been burned in the first 5 months of it existing. And there are occasionally people still burning, finding little arbitrages where the value of book games at around 0.1 ETH, if I burn 5 of them, I get something that's worth 0.7 ETH, and I can sell that and make 0.2 ETH, right? It's hard to find those, but they do exist. And the Book Games Exchange is on the website and it's live.
Yeah, I'll make sure to provide all the links. In the bio.
And to get to where Book Games is going, I mean, obviously, I don't know. I would really love to see a Book Games activation before the end of the year, but my suspicion is that it will not happen. I think Gary said something of the sort. He may have said it's either unlikely, or he might have flat out said no. But I think there's so many other moving pieces that Book Games won't have another massive activation until next year. And what might that look like? I anticipate it will look less like physical and digital goods and more like access to Gary. I think he wants to incentivize people to burn these tokens, which, you know, he likes to say book games are played forever, which means that so long as there are book games on the blockchain, he can always offer things to redeem for destroying them. And simple tokenomics would say that as supply decreases, the demand and and provided demand stays the same or increases, the price will increase. And so he's throwing out suggestions like have dinner with me in Shaq, or fly with me from San Francisco to LA, and this or that thing. And those will be probably speed races, like the first 5-10 people to do it are eligible to claim. And Gary really likes this competition. Like, I think people don't understand how much competition is like in the fabric of what will be the VeeFriends universe. But I digress. I think that book games is probably the most predictable of the VeeFriends collections, whereas it's hard to say how a particular brand collaboration for whichever character, let's say there's a collaboration for the Witty Weasel. That's awesome. Is that going to create market demand for the Weasel? Is that going to have, if the Weasel gets a full feature-length film all about the Witty Weasel and maybe his other mammal friends, is that going to create demand for the NFTs? Maybe, but it's not a direct, it's hard to say that, or argue that there's a direct correlation when you're building the brand, you know, when you're providing storytelling and background to the characters. However, the reason I say book games is probably the most predictable is because eventually there will come a time where Gary says, on this date, you can burn this token for this thing or this experience. The same thing happened with Series 2. If you held book games on April the 5th, I think, then there would be a random chance that you got to mint the Series 2 NFT. And so what we saw from the launch in January was a gradual increase. Then the news spread. The deadline came closer. The price went up. The deadline came closer. The price went up. It came down, went up. And right before that snapshot deadline was the peak, the all-time high that we've seen of book games, around 0.52 ETH, which at the time was like $1,400, $1,500.
Mm-hmm.
And immediately after, the price quickly tanked. People got out of their positions. We saw it gradually fall to 0.3 and 0.2, and now it sits around 0.1. But I think that cycle is something you can anticipate. You know, you may not buy the token that is in the next activation, but if you are truly a long-term holder, I would sort of put it like this: like, your likelihood of picking through the matrix the combination that Gary, you know, impulsively chooses to be the next burn event is highly, highly unlikely. But it's almost certain, or 90% or more likely, that by holding book games over the course of 10 years, there will be an event in which your token is needed and demand is created around that redeemable. So there's probably more to be said about book games, but the things to know are they are assets which you can burn for other assets. They feature art that calls out to the 12.5 book, and they are played forever. And so whether through burning or through holding, there can be utility added at any given time, per the game master, Gary V.
That's well said. Thank you. And Carl dropped a little note. He likes the alpha. Thanks. I couldn't agree more. I mean, you shared a lot of alpha in there, and I think, you know, it was on point with it being predictable. So thank you so much for sharing all your knowledge on that front. And I was kind of browsing the
exchange,
the
market.
Yeah.
I mean,
you were talking,
it's juicy right now. Like, if you've got gunpowder, whew,
like these fur frames, I feel like could go a long way. Just stack the furs, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Like,
I mean, the thing that is hard, like that, you know that meme where it's like hard pills to swallow. Have you seen that, where it's like a pill bottle, and then it says, the pill bottle says hard pills to swallow, and then the second image is the person holding it in their hand and it has the text. The hard pill to swallow for book games is that anyone holding book games is holding at a loss. And any book games that are selling right now are realizing a loss. And so I understand why there's a lot of anxiety and questioning that comes back around to it, but I can try to alleviate that a little bit. And this is what I would say. When VeeFriends 1 launched in May, the entire value offer beyond the promise of IP development, like the true tangible thing that was being offered, was a ticket to VCon, a mega business conference that is like competitive and on the right values and fun, like kind of like Coachella meets the Olympics meets South by Southwest. That was the way Coachella was VCon was presented. Now, with book games, I don't think Gary anticipated that he was going to be making book games at the time of that launch. So he's constantly navigating. And one of those three characters, the special characters I mentioned, is the Koala 2025. And it reminds us that Gary needs 2022, 2023, and 2024, the 3 years of VCon that are promised, to lay the groundwork and lay the foundation that the VeeFriends universe will be built on. The Koala 2025 doesn't say 2025 for Gary V's health. It is an indication of when you can expect that token to come into play. And it would make sense to me that the other book game special characters also come into play in 2025, but to reduce my expectations, I think 2025 or later, right? Nobody knows what they do yet. There's plenty of speculation. I'll share my 2 cents because maybe people want to hear it. In the VeeFriends 1 collection, there is a Keynote Koala. This is a access token, and it allows the holder to go to any Gary V keynote and have backstage access for the 3 years of this VCon years. So I have to assume the Koala 2025 is relative to that. Some people have suggested that it's the same utility. If you have one, you can burn it and go to a keynote. That makes sense to me. Some people have suggested that in 2025, it will be Gary's 50th birthday and that the Koala will be a ticket to that birthday party. That is an awesome theory. I don't think there's any evidence of it, but it's awesome. I tend to align more with like time and value. If you like have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 Koala 2025s, maybe you can burn a quantity of them to secure a certain amount of Gary's time. And he hedged it out to 2025 so he could make time for it, right? Because his schedule is pretty packed to the brim. As for the Paper Hands Pony, it's really anybody's guess. The only clue that we have is the pupils in the eyes are $signs. I would love to see this be the token that becomes the vehicle for royalties to be distributed to holders. I don't know if that's a 5-year prospect or a 15-year prospect. There's also maybe some blockchain magic that can happen where you get like a payout or you get something more valuable the more times the Paper Hands Pony trades, or maybe the less time the Paper Hands Pony trades. But I do think that the Paper Hands Pony is like a sleeper right now, especially at these prices. If you're looking for not a highly liquid, but a stable 5-year return, I have to think, just like I said with the predictability, the Koala says 2025. At some point in 2025, Gary is going to do his damnedest to drive demand for that token. And so if you can acquire it while there's no demand and no clarity about what it is, then you have to imagine there's a delta there that you could potentially profit from. Obviously, not financial advice. The last new character is the Time Machine Tiny Ogre. This character is one of 15, where the Koala and the Pony are just shy of 1,000. There are only 15 Time Machine Tiny Ogres. They released a little animation. What's so interesting about this is the Time Machine has a date that reads May 11th, 2021, which is the first day of the VeeFriends auction. So I'm gonna give you the whole scoop on the ogre, because we know some things, but I don't expect these things to remain to be the case. I think this is the initial idea and it could change. Before Book Games was released, Gary V told us that there was a special, the most rare token. He didn't tell us the name, but he told us there would be 15. So we know it's the Time Machine Tiny Ogre. He said the people who pulled this most rare token would miraculously find themselves holding a VeeFriends Series 1. And so those clues add up really quick. The most rare token has 15 mints. So does the Tiny Ogre. Great. The Tiny Ogre has a time machine that says the date of the VeeFriends auction. Great. The Tiny Ogre can go back in time to the VeeFriends auction. And now the question becomes why and for what? So for the longest time, I assumed that the Ogre could be burned to select a wallet out of Gary originally owned VeeFriends. Basically, like, go back in time to the moment before Gary selected that token and basically snipe it from him, right? But since then, they've introduced the 15 new characters. And so those 15 characters debuting in Series 2, in Series 2 art style, don't have a Series 1. So the question becomes, where will that connection be had? And you can imagine 15 new characters, 15 time machines. Maybe they're all going to be one of ones, and they can be claimed by the Tiny Ogres. I would say that's a good thesis, but it's probably not accurate because I don't anticipate any of these special characters to be a one-time use situation. You know what I mean? I think the time machine, maybe not every year, but probably has a perennial thing that happens. And there's a lot of different ways that it can go. I'd be shocked if it didn't have a relationship to the new characters, but that's as much as we know about it at this point. It is like any other VeeFriend character, its own voice, its own brand, its own legacy to be, created by Gary and VeeFriends to be meaningful, to drive that demand. But there's definitely going to be a utility because, Gary gets excited and he gets very bullish on himself, but people were selling that time machine ogre. People who had paid $300 and were so lucky as to receive this ogre were selling it for 50 and 60 ETH on the day that it dropped. And Gary was, I don't want to say mocking, that's not the right word. He was calling them out and sort of screenshotting as like, I'll prove you wrong. So he gave the impression that he plans to drive more than $120 of value to each of those time machine tiny ogres. So it's a tall order, and we might not see it play out until 2028. That's probably a conservative timeline.
Solid alpha on that character. And right now, the cheapest you can get a tiny machine ogre is 46 ETH. So there's still stacked up there.
Well, most of them have moved. I think like 8 or 9 of them have been resold.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so some
they're
of
not
these,
all listed. And...
Yeah, Token Trove only shows you the listed tokens, which has its pros and cons.
Yeah,
if you're into book games and you want to get more into it, it is a paid service, but the guy behind it, Wade Watts, who created Book Games Info, it's just bookgames.info. He's just made a great platform, and he spent a lot of time in the community, and a lot of people came to me with their book games tools at the release, and actually they all had good intentions, but at the time I had to be a little skeptical. Like, how are you trying to profit off the community? Are you going to ask me to market this or share it for you? And Wade was one of those guys, and he gave me access to it, and it's a really well-built tool, and the back end is super useful. He's built out different filters. You can make custom filters. You can watch market data in real time, which is not provided by Immutable or Token Trove. And he'll walk you through the whole thing. So I don't know how much he charges for it. I feel like it's like maybe $20 a year or something. I could be wrong. It's probably worth more than that. So I'd be surprised. What is it? What is the annual?
Looks like he's got some options here, right? Monthly, annual, or forever.
Yeah. And even the free one, then there is a free version, which is good to know. The free one, if you put your wallet address, it will tell you the value of your holdings on book games based on the current floor. So I would subtract like 25% from that to get like a realistic look, maybe more. But there are some, like the Gary Vee hints and the wallet value, and I think a couple other things are free if you just want to, if you can't afford it right now.
Awesome. Oh, thank you for sharing. I'll make sure to drop this link in the bio after the episode. Went ahead and copy pasted. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, shout out Wade. Love that.
Yeah,
guy.
shout out Wade. We'll make sure we spotlight this and clip it, and this looks like an awesome tool. Just briefly looking through it, so I'll definitely dig in and play around whenever I want to. Hopefully, catch.
Have you two been able to interact at all? His tag is Book Games Info on Twitter, but I think you guys would have a lot to connect on because he was also in blockchain since like 2012 or something. Like he's been around.
I don't think so. I want to say yes, but
I'm sure you have some war stories to share. Like that would be really interesting.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be more mindful of that, really connecting and reaching out to communities, and my first year of this show was more like, do I like it? Let me keep consistent. Let me keep doing it. And now I really, have that chief aim of what I want the show to be. And it's all about connecting with people. So I want to make sure I do more and more and more of that.
Totally. People over profits.
Right. Exactly.
It's a good time to mint a new relationship.
I like that. That's brilliant. Well said.
He really is.
Yeah, man, dude, thank you for all the alpha. I think you have dropped so much alpha, more than enough alpha for the VeeFriends book games. I would love to spotlight. Do you have any links that I should pull up for the JeremyKnows NFT? Are we going to touch on that too much today?
Love to open the floor. Totally walk through it. I did tell people we would have a new website today, and it is not going to be debuted. It is not ready, and there's no need to rush because there's tons of other good news about the NFT project to share. And I think the link to share, I'll get it for you really quick right here. What I want to show people is the RSVP service through Lalo. So if you've been following my project, I had a very simple value proposition in mind. And when I say it was simple, I mean, I thought it was simple. And turns out it's not. That's interesting. Here we go. Nope, that's I want to give you a link to a drop, but all of my drops are expired because I used one for this this show. And this one is, give me just 2 seconds. I'm going to change this.
Of course.
And now it should be viable for this example. And it is. Cool. So I'll send you this in the back channel. I'm going to reset in just a second. All right. So there's the link. Coming back to what I was saying. I've been developing this project since like June of last year, and it's gone through a bunch of iterations, a bunch of different ideas. I'll share them with you because it's kind of fun. I originally wanted to make a project called Achievement Unlocked, which was inspired by the first time that VeeFriends official accounts shared my content. And I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. Like I could have an achievement unlocked when Gary follows me, when like I meet Gary, when I get a job at VeeFriends or apply for the Sorcerer Scholarship. And I wanted to actually integrate some metrics like follower count on Instagram and Twitter into the smart contract so that automatically when those targets were hit, an NFT would be minted to whoever was holding the Genesis lock. It was a really cool idea. And what I wanted to do from there was actually from the Ethereum NFT onboard people onto different blockchains. So give them a reason to make a Polygon or a Solana wallet or a Tezos wallet and give them their first NFT on that chain while producing content about it and educating them on the need to knows for the chain and getting them started, right? Because my whole directive was participate, get educated, and take action. Use this space to the fullest, squeeze the orange for all it's worth. And it was important to me that whatever the NFT project, that it be transparent to the expectations of the community and not token gate or paywall the content. Because I know I'm doing a lot of creative stuff and I'm in a lot of places, but all of this information is public. And I just don't think it's cool to have all of this content available as a community resource and then turn around and be like, but actually I need a full-time salary if you want to watch me record a podcast or do this or that. It doesn't sit well with me. So I went through a lot of other iterations and I eventually came around to what is best described as maintaining communication and becoming more educated on who's actually following. You know, as Twitter reached 15 and 20,000 people, I started to lose track of people on Instagram that I knew very intimately. And I was like, I don't want that to happen. So to speak plainly, I came around to this idea of a token gated and curated SMS feed. So the content that I produce, the podcast, when Gary is live, when there's breaking news, when there's things to claim, I will send you a direct text message alert. This way, I don't have to be reliant on Twitter's algorithm to serve up the content to you. I can make sure it goes directly to you. And I'm happy to say that that is now live. I've been working on this since May, and I thought it was very simple. I wanted a two-way communication platform that was international friendly. Like, that was it. But I ran into some technical hurdles, so I'm using this paid service now called Laylo. That's what you just saw from Marcelo. And it is not two-way, but it is at least beginning the process of me being able to specify the type of content that people want to receive and send it directly to them when it's relevant, right? Because it may not be relevant for you to hear the latest VeeFriends announcement right at the moment it happens, but you're going to want to know about it with some notice before the deadline of the actionable thing, right? And sometimes there is breaking news. You know, I was there when the Mint Mink dropped, and had I had this service set up, I could have said, hey, huge Mint Mink Alpha, this is like a buy signal, you know? But I don't want to set the expectations that this is like an alpha caller service. This is not a buy and sell signal alpha chat. This is a news and education platform. Occasionally I get alpha and I will happily share it. But the reality is like 70 to 90% of the things that come across my desk are not so time sensitive. And this is really solving the problem for a curated feed of that information, plus a way to get straight to you if there is that 10% chance that it's time sensitive and urgent, or you can benefit from it in a short period of time. Because it happens. Like just yesterday, I got 25 allow lists for a really great project called WGMI, and I sent it to my token holders, and like that, people hit me up. They're like, I'll take a spot, yada, yada, yada. If I hadn't had this service set up, I would have had to go onto Twitter and Discord and Instagram and DMs and go to all these places. And I still did that. But I knew that I had sent it to the people who have supported me the most first, and we're giving them priority, which is, I think, what we want token project leaders to do for their communities. You know, so over time, I'll be sharing Google Forms that like will poll you on what your interests really are. Maybe you want to hear about every giveaway. Maybe you want to hear every time there's an announcement out. Or maybe you only want to hear when there's a claim. Maybe you only want to hear when Gary is speaking or when I'm going live. Or you never want to be alerted when I'm going live. That fine tuning and refining of like your personal profile is what I'm really excited about to work on over the next 6 months. But right now, I'm just focused on getting practice with the platform, getting people aware of the service, and keeping it simple. You know, I do a lot on a daily basis to keep up with the VeeFriends content and stay educated on what's going on in Web3, to answer questions about the merge and this and that and the other thing. So I wanted this to be compatible with what I'm already doing and just allow me to double down on the people who are supporting me. So if you go to mint.JeremyKnows.com, you can mint the NFT. It says 100,000 on the supply here, but that's only because it's an open mint. It will not mint to 100,000, and I don't need it to. I'm looking to mint about 1,000 of these to fund another year of this content. If we can make it to 2,500, then I'll be able to pay myself a $60,000 salary for the next 2 years and do this content through the entirety of the VCon years. That's my reach goal. Right now we have about 230 minted with 160 holders. There is no floor price. There are no secondary sales. I saw somebody listed their token and I offered to buy it back from them. This is a service-based NFT. This is not a trade. This is you getting into my ecosystem, getting closer to me, and getting direct access to the information that I go over and I refine every single day. And I've gotten a lot of good feedback on it. So I can't wait to share this clip. This is one of the first times I've been able to kind of speak about what I've been working on with it actually being up and running. And the next piece of this is, just because there's always got to be something extra, right? In the smart contract, there is also a burn function. So far we've burned 4 tokens and I have 3 that are being burnt in the next week. So when you burn your token, you can reserve time with me for up to 30 minutes and I will solve your problem in 30 minutes or less. That's my elevator pitch. Obviously, I don't know everything. I'm not perfect. I can't solve every problem, but I think I can help with most everything. I'm a great problem solver, creative thinker type of person. And if I can't solve your problem, I will put in added time to find somebody who can, or who can lead you to the next opportunity to get through that. So folks have burned their tokens to like consult me on a VeeFriends purchase. They've burned tokens to have me on their podcast. They've burned tokens to have me research a project for them when they were unable to. Just today, I had somebody burn a token for an allow list spot that I had. That was very kind of them. I probably would have given it to them for cheaper, but they wanted to support me. They're like, I will buy a token and burn for this because this is super valuable and you have an allow list for the thing I need. So I'm going to be working on a burn menu, sort of set up in appetizers, entrees,
I like that,
and desserts. So appetizers will be 1 token. You know, for 1 token, you can get 30 minutes of my time. I'll sit with you and help you set up your ledger. For 1 token, you can have me onboard anybody you know. I'll sit with them for 30 minutes, help them set up MetaMask, explain to them some of the basics, things to be aware of. You know, for 1 token, we can do a mutual piece of content together, or I can make a piece of content for your thing. But for the entrees, you know, if you burn 4 or 5, then we can do a series of Twitter spaces. Or if you burn, you know, you can stack that time, and I want to basically add value for that bulk burning. And then the desserts will be an opportunity for me to be a little more clownish and playful. Maybe I can like write you a silly jingle, or I can create a puppet for you or a mask. Maybe like I'd like to tap in more to my creativity. This desserts idea is relatively new. I haven't flushed that out yet. I think what most people, what I've gotten the most feedback on for burning is like focused feedback on the projects that they're developing and getting kind of my take from a community standpoint, from a marketing and rollout standpoint, given that I've worked with 7 projects at this point. 7 projects more intimately, like, you know, as far as DMs, it's hard to say, but like I've worked on quite a few now. So so just helping people finding their sea legs has kind of like been a big demand for this. And that's really all there is to say, I think, about the NFT. You know, we did our first free claim today, which I'm super proud of. It's a physical claim because I partnered with VeganRobs token. It's VRT is a cryptocurrency that can be used to buy VeganRobs snacks on their website. And they're doing a lot of cool things. They're building out a DAO. They're building out a monthly membership box if you hold a certain amount of it. In full disclosure, they paid me 7.5 billion VRT out of the 1 trillion supply. So like 0.75 of the supply to like be a strong voice in their DAO, and also for my time consulting them on the community and like how to develop some of these things. And so what they've done, all of my token holders through the end of September can claim a free sample pack that will be 3 bags of snacks and VeganRobs merch. And if JK holders buy $30 of VRT, which is about 0.02 ETH, then they can get a full box. They can get 12 big bags or 24 regular size bags, and basically upgrade their sample pack gift, which is just awesome. Like, I didn't know that was going to happen when I started this project, and like, of course I want to do things like that, and so we made it happen.
I love it, man. That's great. I'd love to share a link. You know, with me being plant-based, I heard VeganRobs snacks, and I'm like, I'm gonna have to check this out.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd love to come on the show too. They're good people. You know, I met them in NFT NYC. They reached out to me. They offered to compensate me for my time. They have a whole team of marketing, like influencer type folks. They're not like mega star influencers. They're people who are like actively engaging on their socials. So like anytime I post about them, there'll be like a dozen people with VeganRobs PFPs that comment. And while in some way I'm like, that's a little disingenuous, on the other side, I do think it's a productive use of resources, right? It pushes the algorithm in the right direction. It helps it get to new eyes. So they've got a lot of things working. They released a roadmap. At the time of launch, they released a roadmap that was almost complete. Like DAO contract already developed and done. You know, their Robs box already like ready to go. So I'm bullish on the team. And the reason the deal maker for me, the reason it was so easy to partner with them is because when you transact with VRT, there's a 5% fee that goes to a snacks wallet, and the snacks wallet accumulates this fee and then funds the feeding of hungry people through Feeding America. So every time you're buying vegan snacks with VRT, you're actually feeding people. Like it is literally that direct causal in effect. So
that's awesome. Just,
like VeganRobs is a vegan snacks brand that's been around for 12 years. You can find them in Whole Foods. They're like a real Web2 business, and they're coming in a thoughtful way. And VeganRobs, the dad of Harry is the guy I really work with. VeganRobs still is like making new snacks and loves it, and is on like a speaking tour. And they're worldwide now. And by the way, this VeganRobs.
Oh, I'm well aware of this brand. I just I don't know. Like sometimes I don't read the name. I just know the logo. You know,
totally.
Yeah. Whoa.
I know, dude. I was excited that I landed this, and so like the fact that they reached out to me, they're so established. They have the resources. They have the team. They have the rollout, and they're feeding hungry people. I was like, yeah, yeah. We can be partners.
That's amazing. I got to try these new Pringles. I haven't seen these yet. These Pringles mimics. That's amazing. Okay. I love how they're getting into these types of popcorns too. Woo.
Yeah. And so here's another cool thing is like, if they haven't figured out exactly what the amount is. Next week, they're going to be talking about their staking. And if you have a certain amount of VRT and you stake it, you become like a member of sorts that receives a monthly vegan snacks box called the Robs box. And you'll get snacks that are not really go to market. You know, they're like things that Rob is testing with and playing around. Like he said, they have a CBD puffs that is like really delicious, but you know, due to regulations, it's not going to go to Whole Foods, right? So you'll get some of these more experimental snacks delivered to your door every month for staking. And they've talked about like doing an NFT project on the back of it. Like I can't see I honestly can't see a world in which they don't make it through the bear market. So I'm very happy to like introduce people to them. And that last thing I wanted to say is that we ship international. So there are exceptions, but like Europe, Asia, Africa, Canada, if you're a JeremyKnows token holder, you can get this free shipment.
And if you wanted to mint a JeremyKnows token after this stream, are you still eligible for this?
Yes, you have until the end of the month.
Till the end of the month, so September 30th, right? I think
September 30th, and it'll be one per token.
One per token.
I know some people have multiple tokens, and they can receive multiple claims.
Wow, very rad.
as much as possible, it's very hard in most circumstances, but I really want to do one per token with stuff, because the reason I did an open mint was so that people would see value in the burn opportunity and bet on me long term. Like, this is something I haven't talked about a lot, and to be fair, I don't think most of the people in the market right now have the disposable liquidity to make a creator bet like this. But this open mint will not be open forever. Once we meet our funding goal, if I see momentum is falling out, I'll close the mint and I'll work with what I have, you know, that like 900 to 1,000 target. But if you're minting Jeremy Knows today, your text message subscription is for 1 year. And then in a year, I'll have to determine if we hit that 2,500 funding goal, I'll extend everybody to 2 years. My number one priority on top of everything else I'm doing is using the revenue from the mint to create a B2B influencer revenue stream so that I don't have to charge for year 3's membership, right? But I may have to charge like a fraction of the cost. Definitely not the same, but like, you know, maybe it's 0.03 or 0.05. But the burn utility doesn't expire. So you may think I only need one to get access to the utility, the text message, and that's true, but you have to be holding that one. So if you want to bank time with me, if you want to bank an hour for 2030 because you're going to know that I'm going to be in a bigger and better place by then, you can mint these tokens now and burn them then. Like I will honor the 30 minutes. And it was originally 15 minutes, but after some feedback from the community, I've extended to 30 minutes. It just feels like a more useful amount of time. Like it feels like you can realistically get more done in 30 minutes. But you know, I think it's awesome. Like people who are like, oh yeah, Jeremy's gonna be a part of VeeFriends forever. Like he's not gonna give up, and like I'm not here to give up. So people who really believe that should think about banking time with me when they can, because yeah, it's honestly, I think about it like keeping a sealed pack of cards. You know, you don't know how that time with me might appreciate over the years.
I love it, man. I love it. And if like, you're probably going to be mad at me for asking this, why not 55 minutes? I know it's double your time, but it's that number.
It's too long.
Too long.
It's too long. I did a little math at 15. If we sold out, I feel like this is wrong. I forget which numbers I was working with, but like, you know, okay, let's say we mint 1,000 tokens. Granted, not everybody's going to be claiming their time at the same time, but that's 15,000 minutes divided by 60 is 250 hours in a year. So, you know, let's just divide it by 365. That's more than half an hour a day. So I don't think that
adds up quick.
Yeah, it adds up quick. And to double that, and you know, not knowing what I don't know, if I can, the reality is like, if you burn a token, I'm gonna spend at least 10 to 15 minutes researching your issue before we meet. Then we're gonna spend 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna make sure I follow up with you either that same week or in a month or so to make sure your thing is like on track. So by burning a token, you're probably getting closer to an hour of my time anyway.
Love it.
And shout out to Marcelo who deployed our DApp. I know it's a little basic, and hence why I wanted to work on a new website and debut it tonight. But in this situation, done is not better than perfect. And it doesn't mean we need to get to perfect, but I think debuting a new website is a very significant moment, and I don't want to rush it. So we're going to stick with this, and I'm working on in between on a Notion board that will sort of catalog the burns that have happened so far, the burn menu I've talked about, you know, some of what we've done, our collaborations, what the utility is in a more succinct way. All that stuff is coming. But anybody who knows me knows I've got my hands in, like, I'm literally cooking Thanksgiving dinner every day. You know what I mean? Like,
I love the analogy. Am I using that correctly? Right? Or
yeah,
I guess kind of like
it's a metaphor.
Or metaphor, forgive me.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yes. So if anybody's curious, I mean, I'm excited to deploy the new website, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we just have a very basic where it's at. I think the foundation is set. It's now a matter of fine tuning and, you know, making it as fun and comprehensive and interactive as we can. And I realized I wasn't on the screen as I was talking.
Yeah, that's okay. But you know, to provide a little value to people, because I've been talking about my thing and pitching and all that. You know, going through the process of creating a website for your thing, even if you're not trying to sell it, is to me, it's been a very fruitful process. Frustrating, but very fruitful. And if you are thinking like I should, or I wish I had a website, it's worth checking out some of the tools, even if it's Squarespace or Wix, which are like much more user friendly. We're building on WordPress, and I like getting into the nitty gritty of that. And I'll share with you a couple things that have been fruitful and that have created the stall, but have also shown me where I need to focus more of my time and attention. Number one is media assets. Like, my media library is not organized in a way that if I think of a moment from a video or a tweet or something, I don't have that cataloged and ready. And so I'm spending a lot of time doing that now. So when I come back to the website, it's like, it's there and it's ready to go. And I think anybody would enjoy having a catalog of like their most valued, memorable, you know, standout moments and achievements in one place. The other thing that's been really insightful and, you know, makes me roll my eyes and pull out my hair and ask existential questions is realizing how short the attention span can be and trying to summarize what's really important. Like going from the paragraph that you'd love to have on the page to distilling it and distilling it and distilling it and distilling it. You know, I think I'm going to land somewhere around like, you know, I spend all day in Web3, so you don't have to. You know, I think there's something there. I haven't landed on just yet, but like, it sounds pretty good. Like,
Yeah.
I'm JeremyKnows, and I spend all day in Web3, so you don't have to. You know, save time, buy my NFT, and I'll send you direct alerts about the most important news and updates and actionable information about your portfolio. Sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
But even that is too long for a website header. You know, you have to think about the psychology of this. It's like, there's almost like TikTok is a good example too, because a lot of the way TikTok is built is like the first 3 seconds hook your attention for the next 2 seconds, which hook your attention for the next 5 seconds. And whether we like it or not, attention spans are very short. And so I think of it like the process of making a diamond, you know, like coal, like extreme pressure eventually makes a diamond. That's sort of what I'm working to do with my message. And I can be a very verbose person. So it's been a challenge, but it's also been fruitful for that same reason.
Dude, I love it. Sorry for the delay.
You're good. No, you're good. You're crushing it. I was just gonna give a little wink in the interim.
Right. No, dude, thank you. For anybody curious, Zen, we love you too, man. We appreciate it.
I love you, Zen.
Like, yeah. And Gary, let's go. I gotta say, these cheddar puffs, just squirreling back to VeganRobs. I've had the Dragon Puff cheddar puffs. Delicious.
Yeah.
The cauliflower ones are delicious too.
That's the other thing about VeganRobs. Well, number one, you don't have to be vegan. They're already established. You don't have to be vegan to enjoy a vegan snack. You can just be vegan for a moment. The other thing is they have this awesome tagline, which is like, if you're gonna be here through the dip, you better have the best chips. Get the best chips in the metaverse. Isn't that great?
Oh my goodness, that is awesome.
I love it.
Brilliant marketing.
Harry says it even better, but like, there's a few variations on that, right? It's like, you gotta have chips with dip.
That is brilliant.
And it looks like we got a lot of dip coming, so it's a great time to stock up, get your VRT, get those chips.
Yeah, and don't slack on eating those chips, you know, make it a daily thing.
You know what else is fun too is like with VRT, you know, obviously in addition to having the utility and being spendable on the token, it also has liquidity to ETH. So people are going to degen, they're going to you know, be aware it's high volatility. If you're trading into it, like you're gonna need like 10% slippage. And I'm working on tutorials to like talk through all this stuff with people. But there's something nice about having a lot of a token, even if it's worth very little. Like you can become a VRT billionaire for less than $100. That's cool. If VRT ever makes it to, you know,
That's true.
You know, 1/10,000th of a cent, you know, over a long period of time, then like, you know, those tokens start to really add up. And I think it's fun when you're playing in those low caps.
I agree. I'm looking here at the script or at the segments.
Yeah,
and I want to be mindful. Well, yeah, I want to be mindful of your time too. I know that we originally kind of teased 2 hours. Was there a certain backstop that we need to kind of be aware of in your time?
No, Haley's going to be home in about 45 minutes, so I can chill a little longer. I think, should we jump to Draftkings?
So right now, like the way it looks, the blockchain gaming segment is supposed to usually start at 6:30, and it's based off of a time frame that we can adjust. So we're going to X that segment altogether on this one.
Okay.
And I don't think that's a big deal, right? Sure. But this is allowing me to kind of prepare for future episodes on how to structure it. But like we had a lot to talk about. You know,
I'm super. We have a lot to talk about, and I'm super verbose. I'm woefully aware of it, and I think it's a good thing in most circumstances, but sometimes I don't know when I've lost people or if I've lost people. But I like to talk about something from all angles because, like, the way and it's also because I'm a teacher, like, and I was a professional. I was a paid teacher for many years, so like, I understand that the way I learn is not the way that you learn. That my definitions for words may not be the way that you understand those same words, that what has helped me throughout the space or has like the habits and the circumstances that allow me not to lose my mind going through the ups and downs here may not work for you. And that's totally okay because everybody comes from their own place and has their own needs. But for that reason, I like to go full circle on as much as possible. For context.
Give as much context, right? You took the word out of my mouth there. Yeah. It's and I'm glad you did. I'm glad you take that extra step. It does show. It does go a long way, I think. So I don't mind it at all. I love it. As you learn, I sometimes do things like that myself. I call it squirreling. You know, go down a certain path, right? We all have our own definition, but I love it. So yeah, keeping the rest of the episode in mind, we have Draftkings, Reignmakers, we have VeeFriends Box Break.
Oh yeah, well, and we got to talk about Monkey Bites too. We haven't talked about Monkey Bites yet.
Quick talk about Monkey Bites. We're also going to be doing a Monkey Bites giveaway paired with that T-shirt.
Awesome. So
we're going to request people in the audience to do a tweet. Every tweet will qualify, and then we're going to randomly select one of those tweets to win that T-shirt.
Cool.
Yeah, should be a fun one. And then we do BitmonkeyTV POAPs closer to the end of the episode. Those are crucial if you want to be in line for our prize pools, which we only give to BitmonkeyTV POAP holders. And then I have an NFT Bites segment scheduled, and it's just news from the week with one of those tools that we had talked about, WGMI.io. So what are you feeling?
I'll try to stick around for that. I have to use the restroom. So I think...
Let's take a little break.
I think we should... Yeah, I think we can take a break, and I'm inclined to say we should come back with Reignmakers because it's happening today. You know, it's getting started right now, but maybe it doesn't have to be quite at the deep dive that we talked about, so we can make time for like the box break and stuff. Or dude, let's come back with the box break and make sure we get it in.
Oh, I like that. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Gary. This is going to be a fun one, as you can tell. We'll make sure the break's not too long. What, like 10 minutes? If that?
No, it'll take, well, yeah, you can do it in 10 minutes. Yeah.
I have a BRB loop for the screen, so we'll text, but we'll call it before we put the BRB loop on. That way everybody can take a break, who's been jamming with us this whole time.
Thanks.
I love it. Let's, I guess, box break. And then we can also talk, maybe during me doing the box break, if you'd like, we can also talk DraftKings,
Sure.
DraftKings,
Absolutely.
right? You can ask me certain questions that I can just answer while I'm doing the thing with the cards, right? We can definitely mesh the two in, and I'm excited for the DraftKings part, to be honest. Like, I really started to dig in, and like you said, I went and bought some players as well, so I had some flexibility before it got too late and they got too expensive. And let's go. All right, so how long should we call it here? How long of a break?
Oh, I only need a couple minutes.
Couple minutes?
Yeah, let's call it 2, unless you need more.
Yeah, I would say let's call it 6 minutes from now, 55 past the hour. I'll be ready. Okay, I'm just going to use the restroom.
That's great.
Run outside. I have some packages. There's a few things that I know I need to do, and did just a few minutes.
All right. Well, we'll see everybody in a bit.
Yep. See you soon.
See ya.
All right, this brand, bam.
Let's go.
And I believe our voice is still on there. So
it is. Yeah.
Yep. So this loop is on, but I'm gonna go AFK here for about 5 minutes. I'll be RB.
Right on. Yeah, if you're in the comment, I'll come say hi when I'm back, and we can jam in the comments.
Cool. I'll do the same too. Awesome.
All right, who's in the chat? What's going on, everybody?
Hey,
Welcome
perfect timing.
to
I was just about to
Intermission.
drop.
Cool.
Let's go.
Intermission
Hello,
over.
hello.
Welcome back.
Love it.
So good things happen to good people. You know, I know it's not always the case. And I know I'm calling myself a good person, but it's because I am. I just checked my DMs. I've got another brand offer just
Let's
now
go.
for JK holders. I mean, it's not like I made the deal or anything, but they just reached out. It's somebody who I actually know who has an actual business and said, if you ever want to do a collab, let me know.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah,
Dude,
love
I
it.
love that. I love it. You're giving me ideas for BitmonkeyTV stuff. I have some things in the works too that I've been planning that I haven't really shared with too many. I haven't shared with you yet because I want to make sure.
Come on, Malo. You the people who are watching this right now are your core. Give them that alpha.
The alpha right now, if you're a creative in the Web3 space or an aspiring creative in the Web3 space, we launched a project under the BitMonkey brand with Miss Manda Art as our artist, our spotlight artist, the artist, Moral Monkey Bites. We announced a roadmap 2.0. We are spotlighting and building free of charge. All you got to do is mint a token, own a token, be active, apply for the spotlight, and let the cards fall where they may. But I would say that's the immediate alpha. Long-term alpha, BitmonkeyTV will have a Genesis set that's going to be a small batch that is going to relive a lot of the OG Monkey Bites project from the miner's perspective, and it's going to be the only way to get involved in that mining farm. All the OG Monkey Bites holders, of course, rest assured, you get your airdrops, as I stated from the get.
Yes.
So, but it's still going to be small batch. I'm very excited in its infant stage of planning, but I do not want to rush it because something else I'm going to be doing very soon is launching a new account called Malo Draws. Shout out Tim Draws, the lead artist at Cozy Penguins. Be doing one drawing a day. Shout out Miss Manda Art for the idea of the 365 drawings. And long term, that set for BitmonkeyTV is going to be drawn by yours truly. But I want to fine tune my craft and continue bringing value for free through this show nonstop in the meantime, and continue doing that beyond. So, and continue fine tuning my craft as a video editor. Like, there's so much in the works. And if there's one thing I think I shared with you off air that I can share with the public that I can't reiterate enough is when I first started the show, it was a branch. It was, let me do this, try this. Shout out Scotty B. We started this together, right? He had the video, I had the audio, and it just continued and continued and continued until it became the tree of my life to where everything else branches from it. So as you could imagine, the idea I have for a Genesis BitmonkeyTV set is going to allow access to everything Bitmonkey moving forward. Every single iteration of Bitmonkey, it's going to have a connection. That's all I can really say right now. But the more short-term, Moral Monkey Bites, mint closes 11/11.022 mint. I mean, it's and an opportunity for us to buy your art up to a 0.1 and then build you a smart contract, build you a website, give you everything you need to launch. I mean, I don't know.
People, I could say so many things right now. Let me say something nice instead. Kudos to you. Like, let me just give you some roses right now, because I know that a lot of people that watch this have been watching you for a while, and I hope you have some new listeners tonight as well. To get to your point about like providing value here nonstop, I know that you have been doing that since that moment with Scotty and like coming up with ideas, you know, multiple times a week. And what I want to give you roses for is knowing that the most efficient way for you specifically to do that is to pare down to one show a week. Like, I'm really excited for your new one show a week format. Like, already I know there's a ton of great content here for the both of us, and you all watching don't see, but the amount of prep work, scripting, thumbnail creation, research, thoughtfulness that went into tonight's episode is probably more than you expect, and probably by a lot. So
Thanks,
kudos. Yeah,
I appreciate that. Yeah, not everybody gets to see that Notion dashboard. I'm fine tuning, and soon we will release it. We're gonna have to. Jeremy is probably gonna get the first one once it's ready to be shared as a template. Not probably, he will. But thank you. I can't say it enough, man. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate you. I was going to ramble on and kind of pivot towards you, a compliment towards you, but I got to learn how to take the compliments without deflecting.
Why don't you grab that lucky cat box, and I'll tell you what I was going to say. Is when I said people and kind of sighed, I wish it was different, but it's not. And the reality is that most people looking to buy NFTs are not looking for the valuable products. They're looking for the financial instrument and the financial arbitrage. And I'm sure a large part of it is also communications. What I mean by that is like the right message in the right places. If you got spotlighted on the NFT Morning Alpha show, for example, with PO and Nick and all that crew, I'm sure there'd be a lot of people would be like, wait, 0.022, and you're going to give me what? You're going to give me a subdomain to a 3-letter .eth address. You're going to give me, like you were talking about, buying the art, helping with the website, setting you up for launch. And that's just
content,
like the art
shows.
Yeah, that's just what you have ready right now, more or less. So like, there's no denying that is worth more than $30. Nobody in their right mind would say it's not, but the buying behavior for most NFT collectors right now is not really looking for that. And maybe, to be fair, I could be wrong, and maybe there just aren't that many creators who think they need that. But I have a feeling that if creators knew more about what you're actually working on, and they will in time, that your collection would have more of that attention. Like, I wish I had superpowers and could just like make Monkey Bites viral, because it just has the right stuff. I know you don't have the VC backing, and there's things that people like to see that you don't have yet, but
certain large marketing budgets, like we sacrifice that for the organic approach and to make sure we give back the most we can, right? But that comes at a cost,
Perfectly said. And it's not just because I like you that I'm saying this. I think it's objectively there. So I know I'm preaching to the choir, but that's why I sighed.
Yeah, and I'm excited. I'm excited for these next few weeks. Putting that roadmap to close the mint creates a sense of urgency. It also allows us to reverse engineer some campaigns and content to help increase that awareness about what we're doing.
And I'm in your corner whenever you need. Like,
I appreciate that, man.
Ultimately, I think the unlock is TikTok virality. If you could go viral on TikTok before November 11th, I think your project would have a very different outcome.
I might have to, the YouTube Shorts
YouTube
Premiere
Shorts
Pro I'm working on.
Also a really solid spot.
Well, I can use the same thing for both. I'll just tweak them a little bit. I can use the same 1080 by 1920, vertical layout that I'm building. So it'll be ready very soon. Like a week or so, I'm going to start testing clips, and I'm going to use this one as a big test. I'm excited.
Yeah, you should just clip that.
Right?
Me talking about Monkey Bites, but started with like, if you could just go viral on TikTok, your project would have a different outcome. And then you can be like, so what is Monkey Bites? Subdomain. Access to expert with, or maybe you don't want to say expert, but like veteran in blockchain technology. Artist-centric, creative focus. Website resource. Smart contract development. $30? What? There's a whole thing right there.
I love it. I love that. That is going to be utilized for clips for sure. No doubt. I'm probably going to build a
Creative Commons,
a slide by slide script for that for sure.
Use as much as you want.
I love it. All right, let's get it.
Oh, I'm so
Got to show the little
excited.
pit monkey there. Actually,
Let's go.
let's go. All right. We got 13, right? Is this going to be the lucky black cat or epic or spec pull? I haven't gotten either one of those yet. Yep, there's 13.
I hope so. I really hope so.
Let's get it started.
This, we know that the box rarity
appreciate
doesn't
you.
correlate to the cards, but I do think the lucky cat attracts other lucky cats. I just like to see a lucky cat pull. I'm about to go crazy.
You know what would be awesome is if I get Gift Goat 77 and the Diamond Monkey. If that happens, I mean, for me to mint those and then pull those out of this, the odds.
Dude,
I
you
love
getting
that.
a monkey.
We got the Tranquil Toad, 63. Warm Wolverine.
Nice. Subtle favorite character of Gary V.
The Wolverine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he wants to do some like Michigan activation or something. He's really bullish on the Wolverine.
Okay, I see. College sports. I mean, he's really thinking.
That's the other thing people don't realize about this fantasy league right now, just to bring it into Reignmakers like we were talking about.
Yeah,
this is the first
please.
of a perennial fantasy football activation. Like VeeFriends will always have a fantasy football league. It'll just be a process of integrating more and more sports,
Mm-hmm.
Like they're going to do World Cup this year, they said. So there's that too. Snorlax. I love
Chill Chinchilla. I can't say that I've gotten that yet.
Nice.
Beautiful. And yeah, for anybody curious, I put on the gloves because my hands are sweaty. I've only worn gloves 3/4 of the time because we've been going through some heat waves here.
Right.
It's insane, but like
that. No, that's good. Yeah, it keeps the sweat off the cards.
Like if it wasn't hot over here and I wasn't sweating, it'd be fine because I didn't eat my pizza yet.
Fun fact about the capable caterpillar: up until 24 hours before the launch of the website, so May 4th, is when Gary decided to swap out the capable caterpillar as the VeeFriends mascot for the very, 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 very lucky black cat. So this was made to be the VeeFriends mascot, the capable caterpillar, which I think says a lot more than people may realize. And I think that's one of the reasons why it features both the heart nose, the signature eyebrows, and the 5s on the antenna.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Wow, that's alpha. I think that can be defined as alpha.
That's why
we got a hit in here.
Open the cards with me, because I'm like, oh yeah, I could tell you about the clever crocodile.
We got a hit. We got a hit. Let's go. Humble hummingbird.
Solid.
Clever crocodile. And then the hype horse, 75.
Yo.
Very rare hype horse.
Let's go. Wow. That hits on multiple levels. It's also 75 out of 100, which is like a nice solid number.
Right? Ooh.
Very rare.
Whoops.
The fact that you just hit a very rare makes your odds of hitting an epic in this box at least twice that of otherwise. And the hype horse is
a good one, right?
Well, for a bunch of reasons. So 67 score is towards the top, 75 is the highest. This, with the rarity multiplier, it's over 100, and I have a hunch that there's going to be a separation between 100 and below and 100 and above. Now, if that's true, maybe that means 99 is actually the alpha, but like, this might be the bottom of a 100 to 150 class. But why I got excited about the hype horse is because it's a big culture character. Like, I think Gary knows. I mean, Gary day trades attention, which is another way of saying he day trades hype. And this character in a core version with the yellow background is very scarce. It's a short print, I would say, probably in line with like the Logical Lion, maybe the Zealous Zombie, and like the Fearless Fairy. I think they decided to make the core card short print, and that gives me some indication that it's a powerful character.
I love it. Oh my goodness, you got me all excited.
Yeah, that was a nice hit.
LFG. Thanks for joining us, Marielle. Hello, hello.
Hey, Luna.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Is this the only hype character, I believe? Right? The only
Yes.
word. We got
Yes.
the Hodl Hyena.
There's a few of those culture. There's Diamond Hands Hen, Flexin' Fox, Swaggy Sea Lion, Hodl Hyena, Hype Horse, To the Moon Meerkat. There's probably another one or two.
Speaking of the bubbly buzzard from earlier in our stream,
he looks so silly. He looks like an old man in version 2 with like missing his hairs and stuff. Like
a wise like family member or like a wise character, you know.
That too, for sure.
Jellyfish. Let's go, Boss Bobcat. Ooh, bad intentions.
Nice.
I believe I have snagged one of these.
Nice. You know, once you like get exposed to more characters through the cards, you realize there's a lot of cats. Bobcat, Lucky Cat, Perfect Cat.
The Cynical Cat, right?
Jaguar, Cheetah, Leopard. Yeah, Cynical Cat.
What's up, Miles? MC Squared,
Dude.
thanks for tuning in. Let's go.
Yes, Miles. This is where the cool kids hang out.
Love the bad intentions. Tolerant Tuna.
Courteous Coyote.
Coyote.
Nice one.
The Zestful Zebra.
Yeah.
And then that Hodl Hyena.
Solid pack.
Come on.
I know. Lucky Cat.
So I got another 2 boxes in, right? And I could hear, I was like, damn, even with the new tape. So one of 2 came scrambled. So I opened the one with the loose parts or loose cards. And then I kept that last one sealed. And I think I'm going to keep it sealed for a while.
Yeah, a little later, I think I'm going to buy some to keep sealed, even if it's not perfect, because it's just too fun.
Jolly Jacko.
A little alpha on the macro micro, actually. Macro micro has no business being a B. If you didn't know macro micro from series 1, it's just the words macro micro. It's just our token. Now there are 2 other Bs in VeeFriends. There's the Honest Honeybee and there's the Gary Bee. And so I think the fact that they decided to make macro micro a B really elevates its spot and tells you which characters it's going to interact with. Micro macro is going to interact with Gary B.
It's going to be like the angel devil thing almost, like that perspective, like
totally.
Yeah. Ooh, I didn't even think about that. Got the signature on the foot.
Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you for that, Alpha. Let's go.
Card.
And then Methodical Mammoth.
Yeah, I would say all those are a little more uncommon. It's hard to tell between the commons and the uncommons, but I don't think. Yeah, I just think they're uncommon. Ooh. Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Polished Poodle, I love.
Oh my goodness. Mint Mink. Shout out Mint Mink.
Yeah. The Burglar.
The Polished Poodle. I think that's my second Burglar.
Nice. It's a power card.
Yeah, it is. 73. And Moment of Truth. Ooh, the Trunculent T-Rex. Very rare. 368, I believe.
I like the T-Rex. Somebody pulled the lava T-Rex recently, and it's in like the competing pose. It's like kind of using its tree as a dagger. I think it's so funny that the dinosaurs are holding trees. I think it's because the original drawings have trees and they tried to like pay homage. But like what? Like, why is the dinosaur holding trees?
Right? They'll probably change that with feedback, or maybe they're snacks.
Or maybe they make sense of it. Maybe the truculent T-Rex is a vegetarian. Who knows?
Right? Like we'll find out in the animations because they could easily. You can tell he's tasting and testing, man. They're making songs and all these different types of animations that, like. They're definitely not for everybody. They're targeted more towards younger kids, I think, right?
For sure.
Most of the animations. Okay. Peaceful Pelican.
Good one. Dope Dodo.
Dodo. Dope. Haven't received that one yet. Intuitive Iguana.
Nice.
And then the Shrewd Shark.
Shrewd Shark's good.
All right. So far, 2-hit pack. We still got 4 more packs to go. 5 more packs to go with this one right here.
Ooh, come on. Let's squeeze out that third hit.
Let's do it. So I'm curious, what does your Draftkings lineup look like?
Let's call it up.
If you don't mind sharing.
Take a look.
Can you share your screen as a guest?
I can, yeah.
Beautiful. We got the well-rounded Warthog.
Nice. I love this one.
I like this one. I like the scenes that just art. When you live for their validation, you aren't living.
Yep.
Persuasive Pigeon.
Solid.
YOLO Yak.
Nice. Good.
Moving along. All right. Got to get a third hit, right? I think so. Yo, right when I say it. All right.
Did you? Yeah.
Yeah, we got a third hit. Glowing
Yes.
Glowworm. The Sympathetic Squid. I gotta say, I like this Series 2 evolution of it. I think it's
Yeah.
gonna be a very popular character,
Me
depending
too.
on how it sounds.
Yeah.
Honorable Ohm.
A sneaker character. Sneaky.
And then we got the
Helpful
Helpful Hippo.
Sick. Nice.
All right, rare. So on the epics,
That's cool.
are the borders the same as the rare and the very rare, the silver,
Yes.
but it changes in specs? That's
Yes. Yeah, rare, very rare, epic, and gift goat all have the silver.
okay. So gift goat as well would trick me into thinking it's like
Yeah.
a rare.
Yeah, where you'll notice the difference in the gift goat, if you're like teasing the sides of it, right? Obviously, you'll see the goat, but there's a gradient green. It's not the same epic green. It's like a blue green, and
Mhm.
of course, it's numbered out of 555.
Okay.
And then the specs all have their own different texture, and you can see, like, if you just look at the side, you can tell the texture is different. And the auto, or the Series 1 has a green border, and the auto has like a rainbow border.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed on a few of those, you can tell immediately there's like this certain glare to those specs, man.
Exactly. They're
Modest
pretty. They're
modest,
very pretty.
I almost said mouse. Modest Moose.
A Modest Mouse, Modest Moose collaboration would be awesome.
I think so. Hard work. I think it's inevitable, right? Hardworking Wombat.
Solid.
Decisive Duck. I gotta say, I love the duck.
Speaking of popular characters, people really love the Decisive Duck. Yeah.
It's just a lovable character. Like, and I had
It's
ducks when I
lovable.
was younger, so like I can vibe with the ducks out the, And then the word decisive, I like that.
Yeah, it's huge.
Headstrong Honey Badger. All
Nice.
right. I think we're down to 2 packs. Are
It's-
we gonna have a 4-hit box?
I doubt it, but it's not too late to pull out another core hit, like a monster.
I haven't gotten the cat or either cat, the perfect Persian or the very, very lucky. I haven't.
They're
pulled
so
either
hard to
one.
pull. They really are hard to pull. Observant Oyster gives me hope here, because these uncommon cards tend to attract each other. Yep, this is an uncommon card too. Okay, I got a good feeling. Come on,
Barb,
Come on.
Sperm
Come on.
whale.
higher scores.
Bullish
Nice.
bull.
Nice. The bullish
Right.
bull, I think it does qualify. It's not that. If I was going to tier it, I'd say there's common, uncommon, rare, and very rare. And the very rare, actually, the Phoenix is up there, like rare, very rare. Ooh, last pack magic. Come on, come on, come on.
Fucking
Nice.
T-Rex.
Go with your rare. Articulate armadillo, another uncommon.
Armadillo. And then
Yeah!
the Hungry Hammerhead. That's a big score.
That's a hit.
Let's go. That's
Yeah,
a
for
solid
sure.
box right there.
It really was. 3
Ooh,
hits, multiple
hits.
characters over 70. Great.
Got the hype horse. I gotta say, pretty fucking hyped over this. Excuse my language.
Yeah. I don't know where the prices are at on these, because I feel like they're moving a lot. Some of the attention has moved elsewhere, but But for a long time, the very rare floor was like $100 and over. So I have to feel like the hype horse is pushing 150 or more. It's a nice card.
Yeah, I feel like that's one I get signed. Now,
Mm.
I'm curious, what are you doing for the cards that you want Gary V to sign before, like when it goes in to get graded?
Yeah.
Like, sign on the card is generally a good thing, right? Or does that lower the grading?
There's not a black and white answer on this. So, couple of things. Number one, it doesn't affect the grading because the grading is based on the surface, the corners, the edging, and the centering.
Okay.
So if you get a signature, it's best to video the signature itself or get a photo of Gary and get a photo of Gary with the card. Because if you have that, then you can get the signature authenticated. And it will say on the slab that it's an authentic signature. And then you can pay a separate fee to have them actually grade the signature, like the quality of the signature. But it depends on who you're grading with. And it even can sometimes depend on who you get on customer service. Like they can be a little choosy with whether or not they feel like grading signatures that aren't the like official signature card. And for me personally, like different collectors have different opinions. I don't mind a signature on a core at all. On a very rare, I think it's cool. But especially for one of ones, I don't see why they need a signature. They're already one of one. They're already unique. The alternative argument is like, but it shows that Gary touched this card, and at some point, eventually, Gary won't be able to sign cards anymore. You know, we will, hopefully, as far out as possible, we will come to a time where Gary's no longer signing cards. And so maybe that's a factor, but I prefer to sign like what I did. I graded. I was at the National, right? So I graded this Heart Trooper core. I graded just this one actually. It's ironic because I graded like 4 pandas and 2 devils because I was looking for a 10 on the panda. And I ended up getting like 9.5 and 9. I got a 10 on the Red Devil. And I just threw in this Heart Trooper because I was like, it's a Heart Trooper. It was $25 to grade. When it came back at 10, I was like, wow, it feels so special. So I had him sign the outside. Like, if I were to get this slabbed, I would have to send it to them. They would take it out of this case. I wouldn't have the signature anymore. And I'd rather have this signature on the slab. But now that I know the card is a 10, maybe it's worth it to have him do this signature on the card and then have them grade it. Maybe risk that it's not a 10 somehow, but
after, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like, it's a little subjective. Like they have their guidelines, but they still make decisions. And I can see why they made this a 10. Like there's very little edging. Like there's honestly close to no edging, which is the downfall of a lot of these cards in grading. Like I had a Hollow Considerate Cowboy I graded, and it's in perfect condition. Like it's centered, the surface is clean, the corners are clean, but there's so much edging on the back that it got an 8.5.
Ooh,
it's
dang.
just one of those things you just don't have any control over.
Yeah, like the reason I asked is my approach right now is not, unless of course there's maybe some crazy, maybe I get like one of the spec black cats or something, but like I want to kind of hold them in my possession in a fire safe control, you know, make sure there's no humidity or any mold growing, right? And wait for a chance to have Gary sign the ones, not just all of them, but the ones meaningful to me. Yeah. And then, you know, have that one or two that I'm going to collect and hold for a while, but then have the flip mindset of I do want to flip some of these down the road once he starts to establish the IP of certain cards.
You know, I bet a lot of people are wondering how long. And
20 years at least, right? Sorry to cut you off, right?
But nobody knows, number one. And I think 20 years is going to be better than 2 years. But in a video recently, Gary said when somebody asked him how much should he sell the Black Cat core card for, he said, hold it for 5 years if you can. And, that's just a moment. You shouldn't read too much into it, but it does give you a little indication about how long Gary thinks it's going to take him to build more value into the cards than there is hype right now. That's sort of how I view it. Obviously, the longer, the better if you think VeeFriends is going to win, because, anybody who's asking, like, is it a good investment to hold or buy cards? It's hard to know about the price. The cards could go down in value. They could go up, but I think they're sort of finding a relative value within the community. But what's nice about the cards is there's no world in which the cards are valuable and the VeeFriends IP is not a success. Like, if you think VeeFriends NFTs are going to be valuable because VeeFriends IP is going to make it, then that's going to affect the cards. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. If VeeFriends IP does great, cards will do great. If the cards do great, it'll help the IP. There's no, the cards are valuable, but the IP failed.
Yeah.
There maybe is IP is valuable, but the cards failed, but I doubt it.
I love that. And I agree with you. Like, I would have to agree just with my knowledge and kind of perspective, right?
Yeah.
It should be parallel. It should rise together or, affect one another positively, right? If one's positive or if it's negative.
Yeah.
You get that ladder. But
should we do Draftkings now?
I'm thinking that. Yeah, I was like,
I've got it.
Draftkings. Let's do it.
My window's down there. You can share this screen. So you'll remove this share and then share mine.
Bye, Nadine. Thanks for tuning in.
Bye,
Appreciate
Nadine.
Ya.
Thanks for being here.
Everybody's till next Thursday.
That's awesome. See you next week.
All right. So do you have your screen up here? Let's go with yours first. I'm curious.
So I thought it'd be worthwhile to just like give people a little rundown of the website really quick. These are your steps, right? You claim your free pack. If you haven't claimed your free pack yet, you go to draftkings.com/NFT games, claim your pack, and it'll take you right there. You will need to make an account, and you have to be in the right jurisdiction in order to qualify. They have some restrictions on certain states and Ontario. I've already claimed this, so then you can open your pack, learn how the game works. This is actually a pretty helpful. I like the way they laid this out, and then you draft your team. You've got the shop here if you want to buy cards. In the lobby, you can see all of the ongoing fantasy competitions. So you can use your NFTs to enter any of these. After the VeeFriends leagues are over in 4 weeks, you can continue playing. And, if you have a good team, there's a chance you can win real money, which is cool. And if you go to My Contest, that's where you'll see your completed teams. So actually, let me go here instead. If I were to go to, looks like my internet's a little slow. If you were to go, these are my teams, right? But just to show you, when you go to one of these fantasy competitions, it'll ask you if you want to draft a team and give you this interface with the roles that you need. You see where I checked my location to make sure it's legal for me to do this. So when you click here, it'll show you all of the QBs that are in the season. And if you go to show my cards only, it'll show you what's available. So I can add Ryan Tannehill. Running back, I'm gonna go with D Henry. Wide receiver, I've got H Henro. Here I'm gonna put in. I played most of my good guys. I'm gonna play Duvernay. And in the flex, so these are all different positions, right? In football: quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, wide receiver. And flex, I'm gonna put in Jay Waddle. But before I do, notice this star here. This means superstar. This is like a high performing player, and you can only have one per week. Or, I'm sorry, per team. So I have my superstar at the running back because that's a big point getter. Actually, maybe I'm going to put in D Walker because why not? And so now I do this and I submit my lineup and voila, there it is. And because I bought some packs and bought like, there's a couple players that like are $2 or $3. So I just bought them because I bought a few of them to try to flip. Like if I can buy 5 $1 NFTs and sell one for $6, that's a really solid thing. And I'm betting like the reason that they're low value is not because they're bad players, but it's because they're more of a variable. Whereas a player like Derek Carr is more reliable. So for my VeeFriends team, my main team, it's right here. I've got. I'm looking forward to your evaluation of my team. I've got Derek Carr, QB. Derrick Henry in running back, superstar. I've got Hunter Renfrow in the wide receiver role. I've got T. Higgins. I'm actually really happy with how this shaped up. T. Higgins is my second wide receiver, and then I've got Tyreek Hill in the flex spot, who is kind of a wild card. And like people I were talking to was saying they were surprised that Tyreek Hill doesn't have a superstar badge because he's really been performing well. So a little alpha like Tyreek Hill, you may want to go another way, but this is almost like having 2 superstars. But you can say that about a bunch of people.
A quick question. The rare, I didn't even bother trying to put anything other than a core. I thought this was a core competition. Does that mean it just treats it as a core if you put it in your slot? Okay.
I haven't wrapped my head around all the factors here, but the rare cards are for entering other tournaments. So like there's less competition in the tournaments that require certain rarities. I only had a rare for T. Higgins because I ripped a pack where I happened to get a rare.
Yeah.
So that's why I put it.
That's awesome.
There's another piece that is regarding their number. Like let's say this is the number 1 winning team, just by fluke, right? Based on the points that they get.
Oh, no way.
If somebody else runs the same team as me, then there's some kind of protocol where the lower serial number has advantage. I haven't fully conceptualized it, but I think that's accurate.
I got to make sure I start grabbing the lowest one. I think I have been. Generally, I'll pay a few dollars over because they have been going quick, but
yeah.
To your point, there's opportunity to flip too.
There is.
And then looking ahead into the next 4 weeks, if you just want to flip for this, like there's going to be a lot of people buying cards. And let's say a player who's not on the radar, week 1, week 2 blows up week 3, week 4. If you're on that player, get them now. If you have a gut feeling about somebody that you think is about to have multiple touchdown games, 100-yard plus, right? Maybe 10 catches. Depending on their position, like snag them now if you have a gut instinct, because you'll be able to flip that card for a lot or play with it in your lineup, right? One thing I gotta say, if you have a conviction play or maybe you're biased towards your team, by all means do your thing, but understand being biased towards your team usually has a negative correlation, I've learned. So it's best to follow the numbers and not, your gut also is that conviction, because football is a game of any given Sunday. Like Vegas is usually on point when they try to predict a game with how many expected points are to come from that game. They're usually almost always right? But they're not always right. And that's because sometimes a team will come through and whoop another team's ass that you didn't expect, because it don't matter. Like any given Sunday. That's why if you have a conviction play and you think a game is not going to go the way everyone else thinks, play that.
I love that. Like one of the things I just didn't even realize about fantasy football is that your fantasy team performance is directly tied to the real world performance of those players. So to your point, based on the weather that day, the chemistry between the team, if somebody's having a good day or a bad day, they can outperform those expectations and, you know, really run away with it. Like, I don't know who a lot of these people, I don't really know who any of them are because I'm not a football fan, but if you can get into the nuances of this, especially when the risk is $1, like, I don't know who Adore.
Gotta check out who this is real quick.
But like, yeah, I think like Romeo Dubes. I don't know. Let me take a look. Romeo right now.
He must be a rookie, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
he's not on Pro Football.
Oh yeah, I actually bought a few of these last night because he's $3 on the floor. He's $3. So like the risk involved, if he has a good season, which MC Squared isn't the first person to tell me he might. Somebody might want to pick him up in week 5, 6, 7 once he's performed a bit. This $3 could go to $10. Like, I know it's not paying the rent, but it's those moments of low risk, high reward that honestly are the lifebread of traders. So
this I'm glad he brought this up. This wasn't on my radar. I will admit I'm late on my research this year. I just started doing it last week, so I'm absorbing every day. But that locker room at Green Bay with all the wide receivers, you got Randall Cobb there as a veteran. We don't know his snap count, but we could imagine that when Aaron Rodgers needs to make a play, he's going to go to Cobb. However, you have Cobb teaching these young receivers how Aaron Rodgers thinks because he's been with them for a decade. This is a good call right here. And I'm curious, like, MC Squared, what's your outlook? Do you think he's going to get a high snap count week 1, week 2? Or do you think this is going to be something that develops in mid-season towards the postseason if they even have a running? I'm curious because this is a good catch. That wide receiver roster right there, like Randall Cobb isn't a sure win each week to score, but you can count on Aaron Rodgers going his way. But him teaching these receivers properly, right? Knowing Aaron Rodgers the best. So I don't know, something to think about. Calls like this, you know, and there's been a lot of changes this year that I'm still learning about. So I'm usually on it, you know, year in, year out. But, you know, as I mentioned earlier, I took about a 1.5-year break. So I had to scramble to get my league together that I'm the commissioner of with some IRL friends. But we got it going. And yeah, we drafted last week on 2nd. So
nice.
Yeah, but I wanted to show this tool for everybody because it's one of my favorite, right? I'm not an advocate of these paywalls, right? Find your community you vibe with. If you play DFS sports, this is free. You'll notice on Fantasy Labs, most everything is behind a paywall, okay? I like their tool because of how clean it is. But each week when I'm betting Draftkings, when I'm setting lineups, I want to check out what Vegas is thinking, right? And you generally want to check this later in the week. Like you can see this line movement. This is something to always look at Sunday mornings for DFS sports. If there's been some changes that you're unaware of, the line movement really is a dictator for you to look closer into that game, right? Like what's going on. But Vegas thinks overall there's going to be 53.5 points with live 5.5 point difference in Kansas City's favor. So what we're looking at here is Arizona at home as underdogs versus Kansas City. That's usually a prime spot for your quarterback, your receivers, and pass catching running backs, right? Because you wouldn't, you know, like Derrick Henry in this game probably wouldn't be the best play if he was on Arizona Cardinals, unless, of course, he was used more as a pass catching back. And I'm speaking DraftKings because if you're going into this Reignmakers, understand the scoring is almost identical to, if not identical to the DFS weekly. It's point per reception, right? So you look at a running back like Derrick Henry. Yes. We all know this name, Jonathan Taylor. We all know these names, but there's so many scenarios where another player has no attention on them is going to outscore them because not only do they get the same touches that they get per game, but that team ends up playing from behind because you're looking ahead at these predictions like, well, shit, if they're right, like there's an opportunity for these little dump off throws, right? Especially if that offensive line isn't holding that defense and the quarterback has to just dump it off really quickly. He's going to dump it off to the tight end or a pass catching running back in most scenarios, or the slot receiver if he's really, really trusted. That's just now take everything I say is this is just my experience and this is how I look at things. This is not how you should do it. All right. This is not advice. This is not financial advice in that sense. This is me sharing with you how I think, and pick apart what you need. But a lot of these things, like I've spent years looking into, and there's just so many little variables to look at. But I'll stop talking.
No, it's so fun to like experience, and I use that word very specifically, experience fans in their...
Thanks for the alpha, MC.
Well, what did he say?
Well, he's saying they've been playing great together in preseason. I'm going to go check those highlights right after this stream.
Nice.
And I'm going to check to see any locker room press conferences.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, you're so passionate about this. And like, to be totally honest, there were moments in the last 2 minutes of what you were saying where it was like I was listening to French. You know, like I can understand a little bit of French.
I love it.
But I can't speak French. And so it's very fun because like I'm sure it sounds the same if I get into like, I don't know, really niche acting theories or whatever, right? There's like, everybody has their thing, and like this whole fantasy thing coming out is like showing me how much, like, what fandom really looks like for different people. I like it.
Yeah, I'm a huge 49er fan, die hard, all through the shitty years and through the almost good years where we made it to the Super Bowl but didn't get the W. Anyway, that's the topic for another day. I'm just a fan of football. Always have been. I've been playing fantasy sports for, season-long fantasy leagues for like 7 or 8 years. But I started the season long after I discovered FanDuel. My first 3, 4, 5 years was not profitable. I was chasing the big contests. I was, chasing the $1 million prize pools, kept losing, but learned a ton. Learned how to develop my own method of research, how I look at each week. Yes, I look at other people's research, but I take it with a grain of salt because nobody truly knows. You can predict all you want, but the first snap of the game, somebody could roll their ankle too. Something else could happen that you don't predict.
Right. So, I forget about that stuff. I mean,
injuries are like sometimes you could be in the best spot, shoe it but there's an injury and you're like, fuck. And if you spend, a lot of your salary across all your lineups on one player and don't mix it up, all your lineups tank that week. So I ended up having a nice little side hustle from Draftkings and FanDuel after those first handful of losing years, up until Optimal passed. And then when I found out about that cancer, I was like, I don't even want to bet football. I don't want to do no research. I want to spend time with my dog, and hadn't played since then. So I'm now dipping my toes back in it because I need to generate some revenue this year. And this is how I intend on doing it. As strategically as I can. Now, nobody truly knows who's going to win or lose, but you can make educated guesses based off of what's tried and true. And what's tried and true is looking at Vegas lines. So I highly recommend, if you're serious about DraftKings, or maybe you really want to increase your odds of winning this goo, pay attention to the Vegas lines, pay attention to the players each week according to those games, and you'll see a correlation with fantasy points scored. Now, I want to talk about your lineup.
Okay.
Let's pull it up really quickly because we can see here the Vegas line for Raiders at Los Angeles. It's 52. It's one of these top games. So it's going to be very popular. But I bet you Derek Carr is not going to be too popular. I think that Herbert's going to get most of the attention. Eckler is going to get most of the attention. Devontae Adams. People may just opt out to play Darren Waller. Right.
And that gives me an opportunity, right? Because if everybody's playing the same cards, then it
gives you an opportunity to score differently, right?
Score differently, which ends up being a big piece of it, right?
Yeah. And I like the Hunter Renfrow play because, the theme of new receivers going to new teams the past few seasons, from what I've noticed, is, now take this with a grain of salt, they like to feed the new receivers. Now, one thing people that I just learned 2 weeks ago, Devontae Adams went to Fresno with Derek Carr. Fresno State, which is a college here in California,
they
right?
Traded.
I didn't know that. I didn't know they had that chemistry. I didn't know they go way back. So they could have something there, or, to where Hunter Renfrow doesn't score too much, but he has a modest game. Or there's that scenario where they're either not clicking or the defense is paying so much attention to Devontae Adams that just opens the rest of the field for Hunter Renfrow and Darren Waller to do their thing. So I like your play there.
Cool.
It's going against the field in a way, but you're still targeting a high scoring game. And you're targeting an underdog quarterback on the road in San Diego where the weather's nice. And I'm pretty sure Derek Carr likes to play in San Diego. Another thing, if you want to one up your research, we're going to go look at Derek Carr's history the past season or two in Los Angeles, right? Now it's Los Angeles, it's not San Diego, but this is a free tool. There's a lot of pay guarded tools that will pull data from this and a number of other ones. But this one, if you just go to game logs 2021, for example, last year, you can see his game logs all last year. I just want to look at LAC. So look at this line. He had 2 touchdowns, almost 200 yards passing. Not the best game, not the best, right? That's not a high fantasy scoring, and that's over there. That's a road, like, interesting. That's interesting. He might, have that still fresh on his mind. That's the last time he played there. Where's the other one? At home, very similar game. So interesting. But they didn't have Devontae Adams, right? And I wonder, I know Darren Waller went nuts. Now, let's go the previous year because Derek Carr has been with the Raiders a handful of years, and Chargers are a divisional, opponent. So they have a lot of experience with them. Again, over there, 2 touchdowns under 200 yards passing. Here, he must have had an injury. I think I remember that game. So let's go back one more. So he actually hasn't performed too well. Now, I'm not trying to make you change your mind.
No, but it's like an underdog bet too.
Exactly. And this year, if anything, is Derek Carr's year to fucking shine. He's got his homeboy from college. He still has Waller. He's cleared to play. He's not holding back on his contract. You have Hunter Renfrow. You have a number of other new players there. Josh Jacobs, a new pass catching running back. Like, the team's got all the tools.
Yeah,
like,
they just have to.
He could have a phenomenal year and a phenomenal week 1 showing. And I will admit, on my week 1 DraftKings lineups, I have a few Derek Carr predominant stacks, right? Where I'm stacking him plus 1 or 2 pass catchers, running it back with 1 pass catcher from Los Angeles. So I like your play there, I got to say. But like, these are like extra steps you can take to look at history to see. Like, I kind of like the idea that he's going to throw 3 touchdowns for 400 yards. It's possible, right? Because Josh Jacobs would be the bottleneck for him not to accomplish that. But you have Justin Herbert on the other side. They run a shitload of plays, right? They're up there with the Buffalo Bills with the number of plays they run. So I don't know exactly the latter, but it's an opportunity that this guy's going to be throwing. They're not going to be running first. Sure, I'm sure they're going to want to establish the run as a team, but I don't know, man. I like it.
I like that too. I know we could talk on DraftKings for a long time, but I'm getting late, man. Soon because Haley just got home.
Yep.
But did you want to talk about WGMI before I go?
Let's do it. Yeah, let's talk on. I'd love to ask you 7 quick questions. Okay. You know me. I like to ask 7 questions to guests when they hop off the show. That way, get these out the way. We can talk WGMI and you can dip on out.
That's great.
All right.
Wait, take your share screen away so we can.
Yeah. And you know what? If anybody wants to see my lineup, if you want to see me and possibly Jeremy, if you want to do another one of these episodes for DraftKings before lineup lock, let us know. By popular demand, I'll do a live stream Saturday, the day before.
That'd be fun.
In 2 days, I'd be happy to. So just let us know if you want.
I do want to tell people, I'm pretty sure that the deadline to enter the VeeFriends League has passed.
Oh, so they locked the entrance?
It says I can edit, but it says, well, no, here's the thing. It says it starts September 11th at 1, but yesterday the deadline here was...
No, this has gone up. Entries have definitely gone up. It was at 2,700 earlier. So this is another thing to keep an eye on. Right now, there's only 3,000 playing this contest.
Right.
Now, this should increase, but you got to see unlimited as well, right?
But,
so
I mean,
We'll
you
see.
don't exactly have a 1 in 3,000 chance of winning, but the fact that there's so little competition for such a valuable thing is honestly, it's baffling.
It's an opportunity right now, I think.
For sure. Because
huge opportunity.
Bet your ass there's going to be more than 3,000 players, not just next week, but in the first fantasy next year. Like this year's draft is a different opportunity than next year's for sure.
I think we'll get up to 55,000 people. I have a feeling Gary's going to push this shit out of this tomorrow into Saturday into Sunday with DraftKings. And
did you say 55,000? That would be crazy.
Entrance. I have a feeling it'll climb up towards there because I don't know, a prize pool like this, it is single entry though, so just one per account, right? One per person, but you know,
I'm sure
just
people
comparing
can
it
more accounts if they want to.
Just for me, comparing it to other competitions, just in the week-to-week DFS and the prize pool.
Yeah.
And what's at top, people are bound to notice this sooner or later. Like, why am I not playing that? Like, there's a huge opportunity to take this home because I'm not playing too many other people, right? So
correct.
Keep that in mind. Keep an eye on it, and let us know if you want. See, I love it. I love it. I might have to just do another one because I'm on fire right now. I need to.
I know. I can tell you're so turned on by this. This is great.
I didn't even have to show my lineup. That's why I'm like, if you all want to see my lineup, I will let you know. Let's do a stream Saturday. But all right, Jeremy. So great to have you back. And before we get into WGMI, I'd like to ask you 7 closing questions. Try to keep it a speed round. I'll ask you a question. Answer it as in-depth as you would like. Sometimes you'll hear 2 words together. Just pick the one that first comes to mind without too much thought. So speed round type. And then the 7th question is a 2-part question. You can go as in-depth as you'd like. And it might be familiar to you. I like asking it repetitively. All right. Number 1. What's one tip you have for someone looking to start their own podcast?
Don't edit it. Don't edit your podcast. I actually just gave this advice. This is the advice that I gave myself, and I just gave this advice to someone else, and it worked very well. Go to anchor.fm, make an account. Don't overthink your title. Don't overthink your artwork. You can change all that later. Find a reason to speak, and even better if you can identify who you're speaking to. Get on there and talk through your stuttering, talk through your fumbles. It's okay if there's pauses and silence or what may feel like awkward space. Record it, add it to the episode, and post. Getting through that first one will help you so much just to like understand the process. And just because you posted an unedited podcast doesn't mean you can't go back and edit it later, right? So by like putting yourself out there, you're also sort of inviting a bit of a public accountability, right? Like you don't need to worry about what other people think of your podcast, but if you want to make a podcast, it will put a little fire under your ass for people to know that you've begun. And what you can do is record your podcast and post it. Don't listen to it for at least 24 hours. Get some distance from it. Then listen to what you created and have a piece of paper in front of you and mark timestamps for when you say things that you like or are proud of or you think can become content under 3 minutes long, and then cut out those pieces and post those in other places. Start to develop a community around like the most value dense parts of your podcast, and rinse and repeat. You can take all of those highlights and make them their own edited podcast. You can go out and cut the ums and the empty space and make it a more tight podcast. But ultimately, the big alpha for getting started with anything is obviously take the first step, but do something to get out of your own way. For me, that was not editing the podcast because I'm not an audio engineer. For you, it may be not needing a logo for some brand that you're starting. Don't worry about making something, and it's not on the blockchain, right? You can always go and edit it. Just get started. Speak from the heart. Know who you're speaking to, and don't worry about editing it.
I love it. Great advice. Well said. Number 2, what's 2 tips you have for an aspiring, and I hope I'm saying this correctly, clown, right? Is that the proper term? Like a professional clown?
I hope I'm saying this right.
Like, I didn't know if there was
Clown?
another. Yes.
It's actually pronounced clone.
Clone.
No.
Okay. Oh, you're messing with me.
2 tips for an aspiring clown. That's a really great question. I think we have to sort of address like what is a clown, and that is a question without an answer. A clown can be a behavior, it can be an attitude, it can be a type of character, it can be a more recognizable thing like a Barnum and Bailey clown with a big wig and big shoes. That's not the kind of clown that I teach. I teach a clown that is interested in revealing the comedic timing and personality that is inherent to someone and who they really are. And so to that end, I would say 2 tips for becoming a clown or adding some clownishness to your mundane parts of your life or the things that are not so fun is, number 1, accept the following to be true. You are a gift to the audience. In the clown world, everything is a gift. Really, in the improvisation world, everything is a gift. If I walk on stage, I've got this whole planned routine. I'm about to do a juggling act, and I'm going to do a front flip, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. That's fantastic. But I could enter the stage to make a flip and break my leg. Now, breaking my leg is maybe a little too severe to be able to like have the show go on. But let's say it's something more silly, like you're in the middle of a speech and you fart. I guarantee you, acknowledging that fart, accepting it as a gift, and incorporating it into the moment as opposed to ignoring it and pretending it didn't happen is the fastest way to really create a intimate connection with your audience. I think you will probably see that in plenty of comedy and media. A second tip for being a clown would be just stay connected to the audience. That may mean knowing who your audience is and being specific about who you're performing for. But in my mind, there is no clown without the audience. The clown is observed and can sometimes be alienated in that way and can demonstrate things or do things that regular people wouldn't really have permission to do. But because there's this separation and because there's this lens of the theater of the voyeur being watched, the clown can become a mirror for things that are maybe not so nice to look at sometimes. And so when I say know your audience or stay connected to your audience, I'm also saying know why you're there to begin with. Know why you want to be connected to your audience, because having some like grounding to the clownishness, you know, because the performance can manifest itself in a very outlandish and exaggerated way. But all of that stuff falls flat if it's not grounded in something human. So maybe I'll take it back. I'll say, number 1, you are a gift to the audience. Everything is a gift. And number 2, whatever I had just said, find something honest to you that keeps you grounded while you play with the tools of exaggeration.
I love it, man. Thank you for sharing.
I love it. I don't get to talk about clown nearly as much as I used to, and as you can tell, I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd with it.
You're making me pivot my next question into, do you have any plans on offering any burn mechanics for Jeremy Knows to do one-on-one training for aspiring clowns, given your experience?
What a great question. Do I have any plans to allow the burning of Jeremy Knows tokens for clown training? I do now.
See, I wanted to spark the idea. Why not, right?
Yeah. In all seriousness, I was not willing to make the jump to online teaching. You know, the exercises I do in clown classes are very tactile and kinetic. Like, one of the words I use a lot is kinesthetic response, and it basically just means your physical and mental reaction to stimulus, whether that's sound, visual, smell, whatever, and you just don't have that the same way. Now, there are like other things you can do in the digital medium that you can't do in the physical. Like, I can as I get closer to you, or as I keep speaking to you, get a little closer to you. And now this starts to become a very different kind of relationship than what was before. And as a clown, I can continue on and maybe just find the extreme of what I'm doing. And I'm also getting closer to my microphone as I'm doing this. So this may feel a bit unfamiliar to you, but I just wanted to show you how green my eyes are. Isn't that nice?
Just the perspective, the shift in energy, the way you were talking, it really pulled me into like this, like, I don't know what to say, but you can tell you know what you're doing.
I appreciate you said that. And it is because when you have a intention, which is for the person on the other side, you create an opportunity for something that is compelling. And then it just becomes a game of how long can you make that fun and compelling. And once it's no longer fun and compelling, you can move on to the next game. Life is a game. Clown is a game. Most things are game based. So I don't have a system that I can just pull out of my pocket and teach this stuff online. But I would be doing myself a disservice if I didn't find a way. So yes, I do have plans to do so.
Awesome. Yeah, and the reason I pivoted that question is, you know, you can tell you're very passionate, and not only that, but very knowledgeable and experienced, right?
It lights me up.
So like, why not share that passion and love for this and with the world, with your audience, through your collection? So love it, dude. Beautiful. Thank you. Number 4, dogs or cats?
Dogs.
5, passion or purpose?
Purpose.
6, glass half empty or half full?
Half full.
Love it. 7, last but not least, the 2-part question. Numero 6. What does happiness mean to you, and how do you define it?
Happiness to me means just peace of mind. Happiness is just peace of mind. And it means having a relationship to the balance of my priorities, my passions, my demons, my pride, my shame, all the things that make me who I am. It means accepting that in a authentic way, not just words, and forgiving myself when I lose sight of it, because nobody's perfect and balance is an illusion anyway. But I do think that the path to happiness, or the path to happiness is balance, and through that you can create peace of mind. I don't think you really discover peace of mind. I think you have to fashion it. I think it is a matter of your material world, your mental state, your physical habits, your disciplines, and having a dynamic relationship to them as they continue to serve you or no longer serve you.
Love it, man. Thank you for going through those 7 questions to close out,
My pleasure.
The official part of the interview, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. And you know what's funny? I want to say I didn't watch our episode from the last time, but I'm pretty sure we asked you questions Maybe we didn't have this in there yet. I'm gonna reference back and I want to click the differences because the last 5, 6, and 7 are generally the same for every guest because those are questions I want to know the answers to.
Yeah.
Passion or purpose, you know, glass half empty, half full, and then the happiness one. Those are three things that are universal across every guest. But then the first, like, you know, 1 through 4, I generally tweak for the guest in mind, with the guest's background in mind, and certain questions I may have that I didn't get the answer to throughout the interview. So let's go.
Nice. I love it. I think having like, you know, I said the tip for clowning was like having something to ground you, and in a way, that is one of the things you have built into your structure that grounds you in the interview. You know, it gives you tools for landing the interview at the end, and that keeps you grounded.
Love it, man.
Yeah, I loved it. It was fun.
Sweet. So, do you still have time to go over WGMI?
Yeah.
Or would you like to call it?
Haley's just checking in.
Haley, you rock. Hi.
Marcelo says you rock.
Oh. Marcelo.
And hello.
Yeah.
Take all the time you need, baby.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Awesome. So I put a little comment for all the viewers right now. We're going to do a surprise giveaway right now. I guess it's not so much a surprise. This is a template here. What I'd like you to do is screenshot the show right now on your screen. Screenshot it. However you capture it, snipping tool, take a picture of your frame. Post it on Twitter with these words: bitmonkey.tv live stream giveaway. I want an @NFT Bytes. You'll be tagging that account. And a chance to win the @VeeFriends Franklin Sports 5 competitive t-shirt. Because your reason. End it with, you can paraphrase this if the character count gets too much there, but make sure you tag Jeremy and myself, BitmonkeyTV and JeremyKnows VF. And every single tweet over the next 10 to 15 minutes will get 1 free MMBT minted. So make sure after you're done to let us know about your post, and come hop in the Discord in the support channel, and we'll make sure to mint those on your behalf. And then we're going to select the winner to this t-shirt at the end of the episode to give everybody some time to do the tweet. And Jeremy, if you'd like to do the tweet and get in a running for the t-shirt, I don't see why you couldn't win one.
I am. I think the odds are pretty good.
Let's go. So I love it. And yeah.
Done. Tweet. Oh wait, actually, let me make a little edit here. Emojis. I love emojis. My GIF game is not the best, but my emoji game is pretty strong.
It's, you know, I feel like there's a good day and a bad day, right? Or maybe the conversation. Sometimes you can find the GIF like quickly, but then sometimes there's no GIF that you can find to express what you want to express, right?
Yes.
But totally. I'm right there with you. I love emojis. I sometimes use them too much.
I also just added I just changed my bio on Twitter to say the Adam Schefter of VeeFriends.
Oh, I love that. I can't wait to clip our early part of the episode. You were on a roll there, and we're gonna make some YouTube shorts for you, for us.
I can't wait, man. There was a gold mine, honestly, here.
Oh, I'll be clipping, so I'm not sure if I shared my routine with you, but 24 hours after tomorrow, I spend 7 hours not only clipping but more so time stamping this stream. Yeah. So for anybody curious watching the long form, I know we're coming up on 4 hours. By this time tomorrow, it will be time stamped by section and talking points. So if you want to come back and navigate it that way. Hey, Luke, we've been on it so long. Luke just woke up. Let's go, GM. Oh my goodness. Welcome. That is so funny. All right, let's get into WGMI. And I'm so happy to have you on the show to spotlight this NFT or this tool of the week here on BitmonkeyTV. I'll give you the floor. Actually, would you like to share your screen as you talk and navigate? Or
absolutely.
I think that might be better for the audience. Yeah,
and let me also, you've got that up there, but in the meantime, let me also get the dashboard. I think it's fine to share this with folks. So I'll give you a little introduction to WGMI. They actually had a pre-sale today, but the public sale is the same price. It's 0.15 ETH. And there's the link. And it gives you access to this dashboard. So you can see mint the all access beta NFT. So for 0.15 for the next 3 months, you have access to the dashboard. What's cool about this is, number one, a lot of people who you'll recognize are already using it. This dashboard's been around for over a year. It aggregates daily volume, 7-day change, 24-hour change. You can track different trait floors. You can connect multiple wallets. You can decide to see only the assets you're holding or the whole market. And so it looks a little something like this. Like if you've ever looked at TradingView, you'll be familiar with it. The reason that I'm right there. So the reason that I'm getting into it is because in this new all access beta, so they've been creating this over the last year. They first had it free, then it was a one-time buy, then they airdropped all those people in NFT, and now that season is over. They're going into beta for 3 months, and if you have this beta token, you'll be able to get a discount on the next season, because their structure for this 0.15 is that half of those mint funds go to pay curators like me. So I've accepted a position as the curator of all things VeeFriends on the platform, right? So I sign in with my WGMI wallet. It's just a wallet that I use. It doesn't have any assets in it. So because it doesn't have anything in it, there's nothing here. But typically in this portfolio, and this is what it looks like when you're in the back end or when you're in the tool, it would say the name of the collection and it would give you all of these statistics. But what I do is I go into the contributor section and I actually write summaries of the actionable content. So you'll be able to access this in a news feed where you can toggle on to see all news in the space or just news relative to the projects you're holding, and it'll auto-populate that based on the wallet that you're connected with. So it's a very robust tool, which is also addressing a clear need in the space, which is like the founders dropped a statistic. They were saying the average person spends at least 3 hours a day tracking their NFT investments, and that's a lot of time. So like I'm really impressed like with the lineup of curators they've gotten. You know, like everybody in the Gutter Cat gang will know who Stony is, you know, already. And same with K-Duck. And I'm sure it's the same for all of these folks. And so each month, they're going to be onboarding another 10 or 15 projects. They're starting with obviously a lot of the projects that are considered blue chips or more established. And I think that's it, you know. It's a portfolio and a news feed. And yeah, I'm very happy to be a part of it. You know, I'm signed on with them till the end of the year, and what's great for me is, like, as folks know, I do this full time. I'm currently marketing my NFT project to provide myself some cash flow to make sure I can stick around and do this and don't need to go get a regular job, which I previously left. I might end up doing that anyway, you know, depending with the market conditions as they are. You can't always have, you know, not most things don't go according to plan. Some things don't go according to plan. Nothing goes according to plan. But more importantly than your plan, you have to be able to pivot, right? So this is a monthly stipend for me, excuse me. Yeah, this is a monthly stipend, and what I was saying is, like, the reason this is such a good fit for me is because I'm already making all this content. I'm already, like, when I saw their job description, it was like share actionable updates, post content, write summaries, et cetera, et cetera. I'm like, I'm doing this already. I can basically go into my dashboard and, like I did with Reignmakers, just drop the title. I literally copy and pasted my podcast description and I made a few tweaks and made sure all the links were there, and it was done. So I'm actually very excited, sort of selfishly, because it's such a central place for this stuff. It's going to help me organize the things that have happened, right? So now I'll have a clear archive that I can then, make sure my token holders are aware of, the community is aware of, but can even use this as a memory tool to create the archive of all this stuff. Like I said, with like a VeeFriends Wikipedia page and like sort of grander visions of like building out the history and the record. Yeah, so it's really cool. It's minting tomorrow, and a lot of people are involved. So I'm excited to see how they do. The big question here is like, will it be a product market fit? It's definitely addressing a problem in the space. What I don't know is if there is enough market demand for a tool like this when it is increasingly difficult to make money in the space, which is why a trader or someone with a large portfolio would buy a tool like this, because 0.15 for 5 months or 3 months, 0.05 a month. If this tool can make you 0.1 a month in trades, then it's worth it. But obviously the market changes all the time. So,
and that's a very good point there, right? Like, is this going to continue with the cycle of projects? And I don't think so, right? Because it's not the healthiest for the market. But I think that them being in their position, they'll pivot. They have all this data. They'll be able to see and predict things. You never know the future, especially of having this name, WGMI.io. It's a very powerful domain name.
It is a powerful domain name. And like I said, like the top here is really powerful. Like, people have been using this tool for a year, like been messing with the premium version of WGMI. I must admit, my favorite feature is the project activity app to trade ticker feed. Like, Kevin Rose says it's well worth it and saves me a shit ton of time. Like, they are listening to the community, and they're doing their best. They did have a issue with their mint today. Apparently they used a whitelist array on their smart contract, so it caused them to have an extremely high gas cost, and they got in front of it and they cut it off. But like, some people minted it at that, and so that's why they redeployed the mint. Or I don't know if they redeployed the contract, but they like delayed the mint till tomorrow. But for that error, for what it is, I appreciate that they were able to identify it, intercept it, move fast, and not then put out a thorough update about what happened, and then opened to Twitter Spaces and talked about how they fixed it and why and all the rest. So like,
that's huge.
In terms of accountability and transparency, yes, it's a big thing.
I love it. I'm excited, man. Congrats once again.
Yeah,
I'm excited to see your content, to see your post. I do intend on acquiring access to the WGMI platform. Yeah, I said that right the first time. Wow, that's what happens when you've been recording.
Jeremy Knows gets even more alpha.
Let's go. Man, I love it.
Yeah.
Now, anything else to add on the WGMI?
I don't think so. It's straightforward, right? It's like, it's just whether or not it's a fit for you.
Yeah.
Obviously, the more projects you're in, the more useful this is going to be, because it gathers all the information. But also, you can watch the beta, and you can always buy it on secondary to get the access, or they don't have a free. Let's see, what do they have on the dashboard? It looks like they do have some kind of free version. I see. They just have market data, right? So they've got the top projects. But even just look at this, like the change in the floor over time, the percentage change, the number of owners. There's a lot of information here. Like, yeah, I think, and then you can link out straight to, they've spent a lot of time refining this. And so they're just getting a new season and then launching their newsfeed. So You can make use of this, but for the premium features, you need the NFT.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yep. Love it.
They're looking to make it worth it. Yeah, I'm a fan. I did my research on them. I made my decision that I would accept the position within like the first 5 minutes of the meeting. You know, it was one of those. It was like, I see the work you're doing, and I hope that your project is successful. Like they have the right ingredients. It's just a matter of like how hungry is the market for something like this.
Yeah. And for the optimists, I mean, I think a bull market's right around the corner.
Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go.
Do you really think that?
I think that this bear is going to be shorter than people anticipate. How long, I don't know, but I think it's going to be way, way shorter than people anticipate because of what's been happening on a 4-year average.
Because of like the innovation actually in the tech and the institutional. Yeah. But see, I think people are expecting 18 months. So shorter than that, I wouldn't be surprised to see roughly 8 months, 12 months, you know. But you're right. In the scheme of things, that is relatively short. It just feels, it's just a lot of pressure in the short term, depending on how you were positioned going into it. And what your cash flow is and all that.
Exactly, right? Like, and I'm an optimist, but like, let's face it, like world economics is real. Yep. And we are going through some tough times worldwide, and it may not affect everybody equally yet, and it may never affect everybody equally, but that has a huge effect in how long this will last too, you know. So totally. As much as I'd like to be an optimist to say, you know, by the end of the year, smooth sailing, no. You know, I think
and typically during the holidays, you're going to see people are going to need money. They're going to see it in crypto and they're going to say so, you know. Mm-hmm. I'm just full transparency. This isn't alpha. This isn't financial advice. This has everything to do with my financial situation. You know, most people know we're funding a wedding right now. I'm putting priorities into the project. Like, I need this cash on hand. But given all that, also because of what I'm seeing in the market, I am not holding ETH. I'm trading into USDC at levels a little higher than this. I preferred, like, I cashed out almost all my ETH around 1900, 1950. Mm-hmm. But and it's not so I can swing and buy more lower. I needed that cash. But
you need that peace of mind, right? Like,
I need that peace of mind.
You have that cash, right? Yeah.
I don't trust ETH at this price. I was really surprised that we got support on 1500 yesterday. Mm-hmm. And it makes me feel like there's like a simultaneous bull trap and bear trap happening. And they're just trying to like stop loss people out before a larger move. But I don't know. Time will tell. Exactly. Like, if anybody cares what I'm doing, if I get ETH, I'm holding it in USDC and I'm making deals in USDC and I'm only buying ETH when I need it. And at this price, it's like, it's really attractive, you know, to be able to cash out ETH. ETH has been relatively stable, which is also why I'm nervous. It's like, what are you playing at? What are you playing at?
Yeah.
I'm not an expert. Yeah, I'm just sharing for the sake of it, really.
Yeah, and I just want to share this really quickly for anybody who thinks they maybe missed the train on Bitcoin, right? We were all having this conversation, maybe not we specifically, you and I, but we in general, the crypto community, when Bitcoin was at 1500, right? Yeah. And those who just decided to buy some and wait through all the ups and downs saw it go to 50,000, and you bet that they cashed out a little bit for sure, you know. We have the same opportunity with Ethereum. Nobody knows how long it's going to take to reach that level, but I'm a believer. I think this tech is here to stay. I think,
and that's why we're here. Right?
Is in our future. We just don't know how soon, but we all have our chance, if we missed out on Bitcoin, to do the same thing with Ethereum right now. It's just patience, conviction, and not overextending yourself so that you can leave it there. Yeah, that's huge. I would say.
I'm glad you said that. That really resonates with me, mostly because when you look at the market cap of these these two in particular, Bitcoin and Ethereum, and compare it to others in the top 10, you can see they all have a lot more room to go. It may not be their time right now, but I know just in my delusional optimistic belief, but based on things I've actually spent time researching, that a $5,000 Ethereum is coming back and it won't be the top. You know, like there's room. I don't know, you know, I've heard projections of like maxing out at 50 and 60K, and there's plenty of different models out there, but like I won't be surprised if in 10 years ETH is 10K. I just won't be surprised because we saw the tea leaves. Like we see institutional money during moments which are suitable for them, taking money out of their safer holdings and moving into risk on assets and taking advantage of the volatility. And the volatility won't stick around forever. And that delta and the onboarding
volatile
of the next billion is where the opportunity is.
And I think we're going to both play our own integral roles in that.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, like I said, this new format, I'm loving it. I
appreciate that.
I can't wait for next week.
Let's fucking go. Yeah, this is going to be the first full week of you know, clipping this full, doing the post. Like I started last week to get, you know, in the flow of it, but the biggest hurdle was Premiere Pro. So I spent a few nights, very little sleep. I never recommend that, but I was just so curious I couldn't sleep of learning these deep dives in Premiere Pro. So now I'm more sufficient, I'm confident, I'm efficient while using the tool. So I'm excited to clip this one apart for sure. And while I have other things on my list, I think a 4-hour episode is plenty. I don't know how you think.
It's perfect. And you know you can get me back anytime.
Yeah, right. And like the other things on my list, like there was one more tool, there was 2 first looks and 2 articles. But those, I loved our conversation and I think it was perfect.
Roll it into next week.
So we'll roll it into next week. If they're still relevant, you know, and by next week we'll have way more news too. So
yeah, well, next
we're at that point.
Oh my gosh, next week we could be in the merge. We could be proof of stake by this time. I mean, that's a little optimistic, but we could be proof of stake by this time next week. 2 weeks from now for sure, right? Like that's the projection.
Yeah. I would imagine. And then, you know, another year until we actually start, you know, and I'm saying a year to be generous and not, you know, anticipating and being mad when it doesn't come, until gas fees are noticeably cheaper.
Right.
So now we're at the point where the BitmonkeyTV POAP, where we close out the episode.
Oh, sweet.
We're making these things more and more scarce. Our prize pool right now that we're doing a raffle for very soon through the POAP raffle. We have a Cool Cats hat. We have a Stream Deck AEVGA XR1 Pro. That's a video capture card, forgive me. Tracer, sealed hardware wallet, Model T, little tripod, accountable anteater vitamin sealed with the card. Yeah, let's go. And then this is my favorite top prize. We have a limited edition on-chain monkey ledger. And the only way to win and enter this raffle is if you hold POAPs. They are weighted, so the more POAPs you own, the higher your odds of winning. And BitmonkeyTV, we're going to keep doing stuff like this exclusively to people who tune in and follow the process for the POAPs.
Wow.
This is something new that I haven't shared with you yet. Yeah.
Wow. Drop the mic.
Yeah, so we're at the point where now go hop in the Discord. I'm about to drop the mic, man. Love it. We fuel one another for sure.
Oh man. As you get set for the POAP, like speaking of, like I'm like mildly bearish on ETH. It just took a ride up. It's got 17? It's got 3. It closed green today. It honestly had a battle today, and it just shot up to 1650. That's super interesting. But see, like I'm tempted to buy to sell this level, but you know, I could see This is honestly, we might go back to 1750. This is so like, yeah, my next resistance is at 1750. There's really not a, oh, man, this is so fascinating. It's really just also fascinating. But anyway, we can talk shop all night. You do your POAP.
And for everybody, I didn't put in a secret word yet, huh? I just realized that. What's the secret phrase for today? JeremyKnows NFT.
Nice.
Space mint.jeremyknows.com followed by your public wallet address. In the POAP channel, I'm about to unlock it for everybody to post. Follow that word for word, and then don't be afraid to go visit that mint portal and jeremyknows.com in a few weeks when the site's live.
Appreciate that.
Of course.
Knows.
Everyone can send messages. It was just nobody. I love it. Hey, Gary, thanks for tuning in. Good night. Sorry I didn't say it earlier. I just didn't want to interrupt Jeremy's flow. Glad you're still tuning in, good sir. Or did you enable the channel for me? You sneaky. I thought you went to bed.
Oh, nice.
He unlocked it for me. I was like, I didn't do this, did I?
Nice.
Good stuff. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. And I'm probably going to add another prize or two to this prize pool. I'm just not sure what yet. And I'll select somebody shortly after my post-stream prep, after I go through all the tweets for that t-shirt. Probably do like some type of spinning wheel. Thanks, Gary. I appreciate you. I'll close it. So everybody, you only have 5 minutes to post. The window's very short on these POAPs. That channel, if you're unfamiliar with the process, I just gave you a secret phrase followed by what you need to post. Go join our Discord if you're not already. bitmonkey.gg/Discord or bitmonkey.tv/Discord. Verify, scroll down to the community corner. You're going to see a POAP channel. In that POAP channel is where you follow the instructions, put your secret phrase that I just provided you verbally, followed by your public wallet address, and then we airdrop you the POAP. It's a very specific requirements, as you can tell by the prize pool. Let's fucking go.
Let's go. Man, ETH is running.
Rolling. And just after that conversation of what do you think is going on? I don't know, man. I'm still optimistic.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. It looks like ETH is breaking out of a little like ascending triangle right now. And people sold the previous peak. I don't have my indicators on. So I got like signed out of my TradingView account. So this is like a new one.
Mm-hmm.
But I have old levels. I'm confused. When I opened this chart, these levels were here. So that means these levels are from like February and March. And isn't that interesting? Like I drew these levels back here. Maybe even over here. And they played out. Like they played out pretty on it. Is the power of support and resistance. But here's the thing. What I see right now, actually I want to see this on the daily. I don't have the moving averages loaded in, but I have to think, wow. It's honestly, it looks good, to be honest. 2K. Da-da. I don't know.
It's surprising. I'll be honest. Like, I haven't been
surprising.
watching things every day, but I've been more attentive with the merge because I'm curious. I want to be aware. And it's surprising to me to see this for sure.
Yeah.
I was expecting it to close underneath 1500. Yeah.
It looks like here's the last time September of last year is the last time I put lines on this chart. And then look what happened since. Boom. Little action, support, up, long wick, support, falls, support, resistance, support, resistance, support. Like all these lines were here in September. if you wanna get into this, like you need to learn support and resistance. It is like the most basic trading tool there is.
Mhm.
But see,
I'm
what I've
loving
been
it.
looking for recently is like I've been looking for the wicks, because one thing I realized is like anytime there's a wick on a candle, that means somebody sold the bottom, right? Or if there's a wick on top, that means somebody bought 2010 just before it fell down.
Mhm.
And you know, we've been I don't know. I'd like to look at the volume, because like the volume is also still kind of decreasing. I'm looking at this and holding up the show because I have some ETH right now that I am going to trade out, but I'm wondering how much I should hedge, because I could see him move up to 1750 right now,
Mhm.
which was a really strong support for us as we came down. So I would imagine we've already hit resistance on it once. When we came through, it didn't hold support, so it's going to be resistance again. And my bearish take would be we go up to 1750, and then we come down and we break. We retest 1370, and then up or down from there. If we can find support here, then that's groovy. Back up to 2400, but the bullish case is we reclaim this candle. Like all of these shorts go long, and you know, in a day or two, well, maybe more, we just blast through here, and then there's really not a lot of resistance until 2K, and then higher high. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good observation right there, man, because we got the weekend coming up too, right?
Yes, and the weekend is always so volatile.
Mm-hmm. So like by Monday, we'll have you know, at least be able to try to predict. I want to use those words carefully. Try to predict.
Yeah.
You know.
And that's the thing that people should understand is like, I'm very much a novice in this. I've only been doing it for a handful of months, and it's not about predicting. It's about probabilities. It's like looking at the volume, you know, I forget the name of the indicator. It's a volume indicator. Is it the oscillator? No. Forget the name of it. But there's an indicator on the side that will show you volume at different levels, and you'll see that it gathers around these support lines, and where there's space, usually the price can just move more freely. And if there's space like that here, which it looks like there is up until about this 2K range, I don't know.
It's for you.
Yeah. Anyway, just my little digression. I really should go back and like rechart and see what's up. But I just haven't taken the time in a while.
I used to look at charts a lot in the early days. You're making me want to just be mindful and look more religiously.
I know,
whether it's a couple times a week.
It's pretty fun, actually. All
right, POAP window is closed. It was
right.
past 5 minutes, so I just want to let everybody know.
I got it. Oh, nice. Nathan's in the house. What's up, Nathan?
Yeah, what's up, Nathan? Haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for tuning in, man.
That's a pretty scarce POAP. I'm excited about it.
It is, yeah. And I'll make sure to properly notify everybody. We'll drop definitely on BitmonkeyTV Twitter, as well as the Discord announcements for the BTV important section. I think it's called important. Yeah, important. We've simplified the Discord, been making improvements. Would love for you to let us know what you think. If you're in there, if you've been in there for a while and you've seen some changes, just come say hello. Yeah. It's been a solid episode, man.
I loved it. 4 hours of straight moral monkey madness. I loved it.
With minimal squirreling, believe it or not. A lot of it were like thought out topics to like transition from. You know, I'm shocked we didn't go too off track. So
yeah, because we have a lot of fun. Like we went on some tangents, but we always brought it back. And
yeah,
you know, I maybe can attribute it to this cleanse. I've like had no coffee, no sugar, no wheat, and I'm better at holding on to my thought. You know, I can forget things pretty fast. So, but it also should be attributed to your great hosting, of course.
Thank you. I mean, I just can't say thank you enough. Like watching us both, because we both grown a lot, you know, through the show, through the podcast, through our own avenues, and it's awesome to see us now versus episode 5, which I'm gonna have to go rewatch this weekend.
We need to do some side by sides. Like, yeah, I can't wait to see that.
So first order of business, clipping this by tomorrow evening. So for anybody watching this, just tuning in at the end, you'll be able to jump from section to section by this time tomorrow. So with that, are there any last words that you would like to say to the audience? Maybe anything we missed, last minute links? All of your links are going to be or actually already in the bio, but I'd like to give you this floor to close out the episode.
Thanks, Marcelo. Here's what I'll say in closing. It really does mean a lot to me as people mint the Jeremy Knows token, mint.jeremyknows.com. This is not something I did flippantly. As I said, I've been going through ideas and iterating since last June, and I'm a one-man band. So I don't know what the right metaphor is, but like, if I have laid the roots over the last 16 months, the Jeremy Knows NFT is the sun and the rain. This is what allows me the time and the space to be here and be on the ground and gather this information and save you the time that you don't have to do that. I also am very, very confident that a year from now, $150 for this membership is going to seem like a no-brainer. And so I'm just challenging myself to put that value proposition forward now so that people jump into the project, sign on with the SMS alerts. And here's the last thing, actually, I should say. If you're unsure whether or not it's right for you, sign up for my free SMS alerts, because I will still let you know some moments that I am live, when Gary is live. Like when I went live for this show with Marcelo, the free text platform got a notification. I'm going to be balancing the both, but the outsized value and my attention is going to be on the holders, as it should be. So beyond that, I just say thank you. I appreciate the time. I appreciate the attention. I appreciate the conversation, the realization, and the space to be in Web3 with you. For those listening at home, this is a reminder to you that you should stretch. You know, if you're slumped over your phone or at your computer, like, you can find a little posture, drink a little water, shake your ass. It's good to be alive. And I hope you can find some joy in the next thing you're going to. And I hope that this show was valuable for you, whatever that may mean. And if it was, let me know. I'm like, the last thing, and then you got to give me the hook, Marcelo. You got to just take me off. Is I really thrive on the feedback, like different words, different ways, different stories, different formats, different platforms. I'm trying them all, and so if I tap into one that works for you, please let me know so I can return to it and do more of that. And that's exactly how I've built everything over the last 16 months. And I know it's a main gear that will never go away. So if you have any feedback, response, you want to leave a review on the podcast or tweet at me or any of those things, I love that. And it's also very helpful.
I love it. Well said, man. I think that was a great outro. So we're going to take just a few moments to kind of stare right here while YouTube pins, since this is the end screen, screen for the long form content during this whole verbiage, YouTube should be posting some squares somewhere over our faces for next recommended videos.
So where do I need to look?
And if you're not, I'm not sure yet. I haven't figured this part out yet, but I have learned give some dead time and talk about it at the end so that, and don't forget to subscribe if you found some value, if you've enjoyed yourself here. Let us know how you like the episode, and we'll be clipping this thing apart over the next coming weeks here. So thank you again, Jeremy. Thank you again, everybody, for your time, your attention. I cannot thank you enough. This was a phenomenal episode, and I'm excited for the next one. Until next time.
Me too, brother. Thank you.
Much love.
Talk soon.
Talk soon.